Bajilu Manjang, a man by Bajilu, Jieeng a man wood, Bajilu Manjang, a man by Bajilu, Kajua, the new down in Sudan, in Wall Africa, Kalura Kukachol, the new building it took. In Ariana, Kalura Kukachol, the new building it took. Udo Kazatan, the new back, Kalura Kukachol, the new building it took. And the new Kajol, the new building it took. For Chetam na Photo, Udoga Kilben Kalium, Tumidok, Udoga Kilben Torium, Valkoran, Ranjing Kit. Good, the king, the worker, young Manjang, wood, somewhere on Miran, the Chavran, young Manjang, I see Ran yet to see. Kopi, you know the night, not so full, the Kiran Kongori, the Venezuelan, Kubere Caro, the Kiran Kongori, the Venezuelan, Kubere Caro, the Kiran Kongori, young man would put you one young man by what you do, young man would put you more than a man by what you look at you know, down in Sudan. When they're Africa, Kalura Kukachol, the new building it took. The Mariana Kalura Kukachol, the new building it took. We go over the Nuba, Kalura Kukachol, the new building it took. It's a new Kajol, the new building it took. Upo, for Chetam Photo, Udoga Kilben Kalium, Tumidok, Udoga Kilben Kalium, Valkoran, Ranjing Kit. Good, the king, the worker, young Manjang, good, somewhere on Miran, the Chavran, young Manjang, I see Ran like Kapi, you know the line, not your folk, Katiran Kongori, a Venezuelan, Kubene Caro, Katiran Kongori, a Venezuelan, Kubene Caro, Katiran Kongori, young Manjang, the Caro, young Manjang, the Caro, young Manjang, one young lacquer, watching the taxi, then the watching the taxi, one young lap. In the taxi, the watching the taxi, one young lap. We are left, what is taxi, the medium, what is taxi, we are left, what is taxi, the medium, what is taxi again, the teacher, one young thing, the teaching, one young thing, a lacquer, limited, the limited, the limited, Kawa Bezira Kaya, what you the Dunker Gana, Kawa Bezira Kaya, what you Manjang, the Tiana, Wapiano, Palea Nazian, a Kaya doing it to it, the well-known doing it to it, where I went to Bena, where they take a yard, where they take a yard, where I went to Bena, where they take a yard, where they take a yard. One down the cover, one down the cover, you're going down the cover, one down the cover, watching the taxi, don't watching the taxi, one young love. In the taxi, the young watching the taxi, one young love. We got left, the white taxi, the new, white taxi, we got left, the white taxi, the new, white taxi, and could be seen one young thing, could be seen one young thing, I look out, you look at them, you don't get them, you look at them, you don't get them, you don't get them, go over and get a kaya, what you do, you don't get them, go over and get a kaya, what you do, one young, the Plana, Wapiano, where I did not sit down, I can't wear the toilet, where I'm doing the toilet, where I went to Bena, where they cook a yard, where they cook a yard, where I went to Bena, where they cook a yard, where they cook a yard, pianda. But you don't really want to tell the baby, you don't really want to tell the baby, go down, pianda. But you don't really want to tell the baby, you don't really want to tell the baby, go down, so, young Kadal, Chaka, and go down.
What check here belly. Quite cool. Did key. Yeah, we ping on. Let me take this one off. Welcome to Jieeng Padang Media. We kai kwa we check later. Thank you very much. Okay. For we check later. We Jieeng Padang. We die call ko ja Jieeng Ban we check later. Thank you very much for coming. Live dan ye loy go cool. Live dan ko loy fi cool Saturday. They mangi again fi cool Saturday over la live. Wo be join a quite judge tan ba din. Fa yini lui ko welcome bardo. Chan ba wo join fi Saturday kana. Date 9 2020. I think work pingana man những cái tiếng cái rằng non tiếng kia nó cái quả nó work die then and sometimes you know shit get the sound but you don't see yourself that there is the sound so work cái quả nó work die with the ten work và cái let me know now the sound cái good already back some up if there is the sound for actually to know. So how would the sound look like? Pa work work Jieeng Padang chu ke le work be jam topic je je ko lo work de ran bo work join ran Jieeng community entire of diaspora. We pingan much ngor how is my sound but I think my sound is clear. Topic I chu gat nyal ten wo ko bu lui respond ade ko je ke letter got ka chiro chol 8 communities of Afanile we ko fa yen kene bi wok jam ti lano alwel ki la chi steering committee chi salfa kir ma yadi loy a chi loy reject fa yen kene bi wok jam e ko my name is Daniel and we going to respond or we going to talk for the allegation that everybody see it there so called Afanal 80 state girl reject the steering committee yen pa wo gene live ye loy ko baden we kai kwana we dai link ba loy copy in the top there karang nam tene kwa bayok tin which is me but out in the description ko ba loy click there ene link yen bi bai tin ka ken and then I will save fa link ka ken kuna call link batujin riang lwal ter na calling batwajin baden ka batwajin bardo okay screen tarka padang wo lui respond le allegation chi ko chiro le ke 8 communities ka fanar chi lui allegation tedin fa wo ka jogo ku ke we jeng an to fi overseas won to fi America to know I think wo ngoro chen governor afanile ngore ki kwany kuta kene governor kwany ke ngoy ene option administrative ene option or book lui continue we koy die we take legend say sound is great and then that's it okay yen ken yen ko bu jam tin akol ken pa yin na we gen o ling difficult to do in ka imo yo messenger bordo okay koy kon ka padang big ben ba den kwa big an ben lui join kwa de ran dang de jeng the jeng entire community leader rani chola gwer a gwer rural a national jeng community entire with South Sudan or globally abu wo lui join ba den pa ran trong ko unity also be jeng ai mat pa ran chira gwer ba ben ba den kwa bu wo lui join so agwar ko in ping work in cha in ba toy ling kwa ba yo te na te de na la ben ni agwar ko yim work loy join agwar ran tong ko ke jeng ban ran ma jeng na ma ban ne agwar pa cha na go jeng tok loy for example ka de ko pet pa ni jeng ten ko wo pa dang to no loy dra de chuluk so the letter chu yo karang de ni chol Sudan Post en chu letter yo tin letter chi got later ci god la de eight communities ka fana la ci steering committee ci kwan fi juba ci loy reject which is mean eight communities co we need to find out the eight communities co kaka we need to find out so in collaborate in tena kwanya wo share video your job and then you will welcome in bebentin to within ko ben jam ko wo ka yim ben có để cái cuộc đồn bác quên cái im bên thì là nó liên cái cha lôi post over there phải yên cái community chi steering committee lôi reject nó kia có buông ngay cái gì ngà who are they okay phải yên cái nó có buông jam tonight I mean yeah tonight in South Sudan ko afternoon pandan US phải yên cái yên bi buông jam tin akol kan kopla our guest rani chola gur ba ben ba den kwa bo be loy join they my channel loy explain to you guys lano rani chola gur leader of Jieeng or all general Jieeng yen leader de yen kwa ben la kwa bak ben ping ngoyen we well just hang on and then wo bela twen ko kai kwan ke Jieeng Padang big ben we must unite chola dinka. No, but the unite, you guys don't need no united. Fa yen kana yen ke yen jaman pa yan ambe song kana batao ko be la twen chue ke de ya la va de koi kwan ka big ben okay. We cha ke le jere de. Ton in cha le jere de. Let me see here to ko bi nan to ko bi twoi ling to ko bi twoi ling just let me know and then we book twoi ling okay. So this is the topic in Kaka that are established that this allegation it's just a allegation. You already know is allegation because there is it say there is 8 communities in Upper Nile. They reject a steering committee. They reject a steering committee that formed by Salva Kiir Mayardit and Riek Machar. They complaining that Riek Machar and Salva Kiir Mayardit, they should not perform anything for half a night. But what about us? We are Jieeng Padang. We are a part of Afanal where we are. We don't have no information about this, but you guys will hear it later on. We need to find out who are the 8 communities in Afanal who want to reject the steering committee that formed by Riek Machar and Salva Kiir Mayardit. And that is why Apadang people going live today. And plus the history between us and the Chola, we don't talk about Nuer there. We don't have no any dispute land with Nuer because Nuer are the people who just wanna work together with the group. Yeah, and my group. So yeah, and the group the machi ya odel jama beta Nuer shoy al guiding fi afana al just my my group de my chin bar my chin gaba lakin they don't have aim to go with us. But chuluk, yes, we want to talk later on. They might to chup to ulonya sade mujga di shakal ma arab nak baraw salfa kir ma yadi ro gaidi nak lakin I can god el ma quiz el god budun ma it nazam. Okay, god budun intram it abachakalu they out the denga padang arab sade lanu nino ma deri no good tani my jama el will be no respect between people, between community. Okay, for they out the mishkala kabir bita Jieeng Padang asa they is refusing. You see, o guide nak fi wudu de nak fi magenes be it ma Junuba Sudan. Lekin asa shuno muy gadi shakal asa de ma Arab nak I can la minute a guide be respect, you cannot fight with no one, but you don't need live with the respect into be shakal, you know. Wasa de salfa kirma yadi ruga min juba machi na fi mageni da chan yamchi shakal jamade no da chan guadel who no respect ya da zol be shakal manas inta guide fi belata zol tani inta you should respect, you should respect the land, you should respect everything. Lakin you don't respect yourself, that is why you will fight with many people. You will fight with Denga Padang, you will fight with anybody, you will fight with Arab, you will fight with Ethiopia, you will fight with Uganda. Anybody will fight you. Like Riek Machar now who run around here, who don't is stable. It's a shoot us at them we fight with many people. For we Jieeng Padang, we don't need to live with somebody with no respect. You need to respect yourself to live in peaceful. Okay? And I do need to respect myself in order for me to live with you. For they out there, Jieeng Padang is knowing that we respect ourselves. Wo Jieeng Padang, taban we quite ben we quite pay ben my name is Daniel Yod. Ko live dan Padang I always continue every Saturday. Okay. So live dan Jieeng Padang I continue every Saturday with Jieeng na. Fayin in Lobaya and Tington fi kulu Saturday or Yimbra and Ting. Yan Daniel yan JPM host. You see there, Billy Luke is the JPM host. Abialakon is a JPM host. Wilson is a JPM host. Okay. So nakani and Ting one day, kayin ba Biel Ting, kuyin ba Wilson Ting, kuyin ba Billy Luke bating. So work a host and then plus Jack and Juba. Host ya dangato okay we para Juba attend. Kuwa call more than people to host this show. For Jieeng Padang, chano na denam topic. Jieeng Padang ya dang chet politics ena be always be woga jam even marriage even ngo be woga jam thin. For work Jieeng Padang ugly good BA up to here woga Jieeng Padang together. Okay. For work Jieeng Padang we need to focus on one thing. Ku ko book token book alo Jematon William Yar in chamot bandit ke. For Yan and Mr. Daniel Yu, the JPM host. So any question, I'm here. I will answer you. Okay. Afanal State communities objection to the allegation. They are nina gadin be kalam alila be allegation or finance for community whom form themselves whom gal they are Afanal people. Then me, I'm original from Afanal. Yawa said Galu fi Afanal people who they reject the steering committee that Salva Kiir Mayardit and Riek Machar handling right now. Wouldn't as mono? I got show into Basma. Rare show a book in Yodwega Yinga. Okay, a book in Yodwega Yinga, 8 communities. Chirrod Loikel will kill a Luike steering committee reject. We will show you guys soon. Pa wok Jieeng Padang ke ko bu loy wok chi ko bu piadaran wok chi ko ran bu piad ke wok lan we don't need to fight you and we don't want you to come and fight us because we don't need fighting. Okay, machakal da bita yal sukar da ma bita nas kobar lana nina fadam kulun na nina nas kobar nina na da arabin kulishi nina ma derin fighting anyway. We talk politics, we talk politically, we talk yani ita bikalam yani mazul so kide or agod ma fi kursi o kalam ma. So we don't need to fight lana nina Jieeng Padang de, we don't want to fight you unless you say fight me, we will fight you for your life. Lana lointa good gal okay Jieeng Padang lointa madere, you don't need to fight me. I will fight you. Then you after this at this time you will be in a big problem because Jieeng Padang don't want to jump into you without evidence. You need to sign some papers because when you leave suffering, that is what you will ask yourself. Inta basal nafsek, you sign something make you leave suffering. Okay. Pa wo Jieeng Padang wo ki ko book in Louis fight for no reason. We don't need to fight you. Even we don't need to fight Wulong without a reason. Wulong have to say something that he wanna fight us. Exactly, he need to sign some paper that he won't find. He wanna fight us. Until when we fight him, he will not be longer as Afan Al son. Trust me. But we don't need to do that. And that is why now Wulong want to try to make a chuluk not to see Malakal no more. Asa de muy fi chuluk asa de guide fi Juba. في في ملكال في لكن ما في زول بيشاكل مع اي زول في ستريت في جوبا في ملكال لكن ولن after ولن will come will be a big problem and then we'll make a chuluk not to see Malakal no more. It's better to stay now like this. It is good, but if it will be the fighting, then the chuluk will move completely, will not see Malakal any again no more. Wasa de quiz achan wulon kan mafia sade kan lisa fi chuluk bagwa de nakwi malaka lakin after wulon coming now ma propaganda bitaw o gal windu go we shakal badin ay kali chuluk you live forever in Malakal. Wada aja de sarah badin asal ni lo wulon de lisa shadid dari shakal dinka fadang wala dari shakal ay zolinak badin aja de kali chuluk live completely no more Malakal. Wala fi kudra bi ubaratan wala fi bamiya tani sarutan fi Malakal ma fi bamiya chulu jibu fi Malakal again. Wala yeshil al bamiya inak le fachoda inak yamchi biu inak wala khudra wala kalam fari ma bijibu inak fi Malakal no more. Lakin lo wulun maamul mashakil quiz baden chulu lisa bijibu ajat beta business beta bijibu kulu chi bijibu is okay. Yeah, babiu lakin lo wulun maamul mashakil baden ayukun ma fi tijariya beni chulu dinka bata fanal. They out there haja message there you keep it with you lo ana wrong tomorrow you ask me. Lano ma fi kudra tana bijibu fi Malakal ve wala fi weka wala fi wen jai fi fashuda wala jai fi leli wala jai fi ditang wala jai fi whatever. No more fi Malakal. Lakin wulun kalamulo lano wulun de kali ma yamul machakal ma fadang. Ichan fadang de yamul forgiveness. Okay, Ben Wilson, yin cha be mos ko yin cha loy welcome channel where kwan ga ngor ko we won ta yan lo introduction pa aja ko non pe ngena man pa yin tawdi
ayin piang Daniel.
Okay, pa ke yellow ro do Jieeng Padang taban wala live ko the same information yin taw ke wo di when yene ka kode screen tarkan ko brother agwar when leader Jieeng fi entire aben badin ko aben jam biya de Jieeng ngoloy Jieeng abu ben loy join na chak taw ka che topic en kede ka bro ben nyot ko badin na cha toy link ko aben badin ko ben roben nyot Jieeng ben agwar wal non ngeki aben badin fa yen ke yen to nin Ben Wilson ne ka ken nin topic ku de ne mora wara bu ke nyot badin ayiga it steering committee ka acha ka lo man ko to ke ready aba ke nyot badin tane screen yen so in ba gam puruta ba Jieeng Padang mod ku ja Jieeng ban
I give the ban coin more than a conference called by the president. I can hear allegation when the community like that can about two jin can over tower.
Oh, acha tawa na kero deal sip. Acha tawa.
Cha tim ba ting tin wa cha we kan ni tan.
Okay, I take care of it, no problem.
Ayen Daniel in chale ku dia koi kundai ku dia koi ko ke we wo we cha kale wa dia pe nyangor ke saba wundi na mat ku chia already afternoon ba tau Daniel tin. Awe we chuk ye le ku chuk le wan wo dia ben yung sibit chia rakala wala bu ben en topic ku ja topic wala ke lui wo dominate taban ake ke ka won lo rut siasa ke lo ru back home ke ka yo ko ni yaret achan merer wo ten wo re wo nyin yo yit yin ko ka ade ke chuk ting ka yo ko bu dil bay lamik achan biting ran ban ena wo bay ena wo lui ena wo lui ro ku bu da man da nyaay bu berer 3 to 4 hours sometimes even wo 6 hours ku ba it ne pare wo tin time is matter so ayen wo chakale ku mena koy ko ben da e wo glte gutti bi grang to ene london kana ni ko padang dai fi East Africa dai fi Western world london ne bakarang cheer when live na ku koy goto wo wala koy ci goto wo li ga kay cheer ku kaman ba ko mona dungi ra woni ci gat ke lel ka won ci pet ala bi dungnam lok ting ke ci out of control ala bu ko karang ala bu ko jitu ala bu ko block bayena lek yene lek ko wo bu jala topic banya bial ka kamben ba gam purta wo bu jala topic bu jam sin ayen banya bial in welcome.
Good morning, Wilson. Ja Daniel Yot, audion ke Jieeng Padang media. Quite ke Jieeng Padang worldwide dan togotin and also South Sudan is chaging mouth. Yen I wan no chuk tem ke de bug kawan buga jami kage mahema pay en ke twing taban en jwaban en chi ben order wan chi loy kana. Taw tinata ko chi bil look dil taw kan Martin. But one of the thing and book one analyze
Like
طبعا
different call yes
yeah the order of steering committee when you form kan ro طبعا ka kun chalu erin Ben Wilson no kajwan ka chagat wok طبعا wok ka lu manaw ka bigad the no correction ko bu ban loy ana de they are forging some names some counties ka liutin. And we found out the Kataba and members as film Ayo is good in the brook Kajaben Keberically one Jieeng Padang and get against whether rejection of anything. There should be no need before you be alloy Kanetaban chiplet and a kabuk leg sharp, but they're entitled to the opinion. Libigraj Libigam our main focus in a letter can a book the lekoj ben ngo kutingno comparison ko wanan chi first vice president kon got ku jain kene ko wan chi ban loy na chu ban be kon chu long da chu ban loyal ngo yo re because of the content in the formation of the committee one twing and this order from the president is sort of different ko bo jam tin ba den bi ko big deal ngi that ko abu martin daban we need to be very clear to kaje kege ben Jieeng Padang media and wo ko Jieeng Padang we have never been any campaign for any war or hatred against any communities but we are telling the truth and we understand by our people ka kan wo ben kage bo ko na like sharp kaje Jieeng Padang while other people that will be able to listen to us wo case of well so you make a book when jamage when a book jamtin and then a little bit about the boundaries the communities get to especially the counties one 9 district with upper Nile state book jamtin kuje no wel wel that community kana rate na go community kana rate na bu nyuwa ma lakin focus will mostly focus on the order of the president kujayen kai wan ga tigat why they turn bikra loy forgery bikra no ka jata ko ja counted liran randen tinaidan ke taba na chigana chiglo rejected if they remember that as well mayo yana ga tawa ga dan ga ba martin kai wan ga bo ka wan ga chola advance team now they have changed the color chiglo wo we are not advance team but the actual delegation with as well mayo which is tawan chik jaman chiko jam ke ku jam ko jam na they found themselves ke tawan na chin kele big jam den jiben so kaga aboga del jam tinaidan and good thing to kai ko ga juba and leadership ta Padang community to talk tin fi Juba kloiki biag community ku jawo tin taban kloiki ndi ko jam tin ko wane ran ci idwet ci lwel kana eno de ran ji pen bi to fi rang kana taban ko bug biag da bug lwel wo community even though bug de le ko jina a ci ran ci jay chen bi to lakin taban kana chelbran be to be ja this time that ci ran ci mafas ta Medina de ganun ti bay be ko ci to be ken ka jiga to magabar kaga ko bu ko nyot ko la no ci luy politicalize je chop ko wa ci ko be gam ko to kaga bana ko bu ko dil la ko ba den ken ko tin ne no le ro dien kan yen pe ben wilson la bu yo bil ba ngor way lakin we can start bu ko dil jamtin
ai apet interlake benyo dial ake ka topic Daniel topic woni ci taw nyal mu ci ni ko woni conference call bata bengen let me see yen benya bial ka ci ko ne ke ka taw tin ga ka ba topic woni ke ka layout ka to Daniel kan enapsu but ja karam abiga ja explain ko to kan yin unta ra ka ke calling for Afrinal state conference by President Key taban yin aje letter jet to the community ko wa yin ke chil wele de why is already rejected by the other politician the other communities ku position da ko Jieeng Padang kaman what is our position kaga ban atog tina ya wo bu jalo letter aya yo kranga butung tong English dil wi dil wala tong Arab acan bu ko address ko ke ko la community ko la tawren ka kini without krang kene ko bradi loy baden kan ko gada wara ka gade ay ngar ku maban aya yo
yena bro lo ya
ene ko bradi loy baden fa I know yani ko ke krang chik ben 26 people which is very enough kida kon will before banama yena ne ci jamu ko ko firang ay wukide ne kan yo ko de cey yop ran mudru de ko la de book bay ran be allegation ka bi ka ben clear up ran ni chol deng chola ci jam kay yen ko ci jabi nyaay ko de ran jidit ci nen wokalu ino ke ran ni bay ngi de firang ko bi ben lek ko bi ja tum to ke yen ko ja ben bay live ba ca le mem ata cin woni mkrang de cin woni internet yena le book telephone nat bu le book taw speaker ku bu so dun men ping ka ci ka charaw yen aka ga different than allegation ci woni ko loy taban ina ran mu be dar ke secretary but he really respond ka le baga explain ba de na chan to time bula I will tell I talk to the guy so wana ko le chabe yup ke yen mudru de bitaw ko ko lakin ena ci ben malut ko ci be jall malut ci la area to bara ko de galbra alwe la dera len ci ñin jall yen ne kan ni ci na jam yek soro wala kon ko dala xala yen ci rana ran ci ñin jall ka cin ko bug wel wo jabe ko yum dang yani ga nunu lu ira ra jagaran ci ken ko kwentin different ina ka dan jamera ni jam to ngara batet de won ban da pin to kuin ke yitan ayen kan we will still follow up ka da nyut ko ba den ka ci ka leken why this was that ba we madaika wala koy we dai ka nga bu ko kondak to jeng ku jayen to English ku to English ko a chan de ko chu gat ko ten wa ci Allegation county kan ko la Martin aya yo ko bu to English bi ko bi dil so wa chan bi la keni ayen aja ku jin ken bu wala de ke bi lu Martin chan bu kan ni
Bill Luke churo loy mute. I cannot mute him. Bill Luke in churo loy mute. I don't know. Non ping whoop.
unmute yourself
Bill Luke in churo loy mute. Oh, what our point is alwila dil ta point is random.
all right kayen
ai ma na yen de ran chen yo ba ni jam ni
okay
jam telefon
okay
ai ya ka lel wagdi
ayo ko tong the book topic book sharaw book dala jam
ai ka taw wore ka ci taw ka yen ne wore ka taw ba lieb ka wona ti Daniel
What got the canal gun?
wore ko koen biji wala
no what
Kato when eight counties kaga and jepe padena cha loy ready at out ten lakin more chan bukuen ke whole entire attack in a car loy lakin acha dom ke to when the county 8 county can chiga tau kuja badai de yen kuja last ke cha ke loy copy lakin the body ban bear red pa che ke lo bukuen to ena cha loy
a ce mikila
abile lukal bayok fi karang yinde de nam divide ang bas lo fi WhatsApp ta Jieeng Padang ken letter ken bayok tin
ataw okay I remember that
letter ken acha loy ja so already acha loy
queen baden ki biyo queen acha ni na jemutin but before letter ke jemutin a conference call ci man won chana gad bi ten kita president ken so yep let us start before letter ke buwo ka highlight twing kena ci biya more local language karang dinka bede karang
yep ene de tin wiro de kan ai ayen ban tono ku ko je e be kwen ya little bit de tin ku jokula tin analysis ku bu jam wow ta wala wala yidi
ki ko ku kena wo ci ko jam within the letter and ki di ne chot ci ban chen ma chol yene de ka ko bu kon challenge wae we ya ma lui reject ko opinion da wo Padang fa ma keni ku ko jam tin na cha ka la ma ko le chaw ke ting ku ja ka yi ne ri bere mo nyal ko lui reject and then ye community can when ke ci wole ben got aka japung de ci tin ken so wo ko ta lik tin in general the conference called by president we want to really to make analyze a little bit and then what do our opinion as Jieeng Padang ba yene ken aya yok ta tu Daniel wona ta welten calling for a Apernal conference by President Key why the conference is already rejected by some politicians and other communities in a title wala topic number 1 ken introduction ay yok book poll by when it mean lakin ken go be luitin so we will focus on the conference called by president and later in a letter allegation by the other community. So in that point we will explain it. And the reason we will speak in English, or Arabic, because those who make allegation, these are people who live in the state of Upper Nile. Thank you for your coming. The topic of today is the conference called by the President Key a week ago to form a steering committee. These are the first topic we are going to talk about it. We already knew that it was rejected by the some senior politician within the Upper Nile region. It is rejected by Lemakol, rejected by Dr. Riek himself, and later rejected by the other counties within the Upper Nile. Some are even went far and saying that, oh, President Key will not be the right person to call the conference because he's involved in that and this. That's what they are complaining. And you see also in Edward show, they were there, even Emmanuel come and talk about it. They think it is not legitimate. They are saying that Upper Nile should be, they themselves should sit down and there will be the more people to organize the conference. Ya Jamaa, ya Junubin, we need to be very fair, especially the Upper Nile citizen. We don't go along because of these two politicians, Riek Machar and Lemakol. Whenever there is something that has initiated by president or by the SPLM, the only what they know is to run their mouths and reject the thing. Daniel. Luran mute.
Can I think
Ajal.
Yellow
We want to make a comments or analyze or a statement based on our politicians that who are jumping in and they try now to jeopardize this conference, especially Lemakol and Dr. Riek. Riek is the one who come out from the previous conference that there will be conference will take place in 16 to 17 of the last month. And later, it does not work.
There been a common jam, I think you juba, a channel where the internet in Ben Karang Badin, Jokada and locked up. Take them the detail of
the agenda. So the agenda is, the topic is about why it is rejected by the senior politician within the Upper Nile and by the community within the Upper Nile. Some community rejected it. And what are our opinion as Padang? What do we see? And what are the goal of the Lemakol and the Riek Machar? What they want to see really? They want Upper Nile to be divided. And why we are in hostage, we as a Jieeng Padang. And that's what we were saying last time. Ya Jama, we read our mind. Our brothers, they will not give us the peace of mind, as Kawaja say. It is better to give us our own administration and let those of Lemakol and Riek Machar with the long-term goal to continue. Now they are calling president that he's not from the region. He's not an Upper Nile. Okay, if he's not from the region, whom do you think? The peace that we are talking about, last time they reject everybody. It was mediated by who? By IGAD. Because the people who get fight to themselves, they cannot mediate themselves. And that's why the president took the lead to be a mediation with others, governors, or within the committee. His goal to listening the citizen of Upper Nile. So why now is too early to be rejected without even forming committee? That's why we are saying that there is a conspiracy behind these Upper Nile leaders. And the problem in Upper Nile, it is engineered by who? By Lemakol himself and Riek Machar since 1991 up to today. These are the very people. He ran out from Juba. He now based in Khartoum. While he's supposed to be in Juba because he's a signature of the peace agreement. But he's running his mouth in Khartoum, confusing Riek, because he's the one who come out first before Riek wrote his rejection letter about this meeting. So these are the main point. And then the Jieeng Padang also want to condemn those who make an allegation, putting one of our county on their list of the community who reject the president called. They put Ballier County, they fake the name. Jama, you rebel, what make you feel you are more liar than anybody in this world? And liar cannot take you anywhere. It is okay, you can support any party, but don't lie. And why only Ballier within the county? And Jieeng Padang have 4 counties. Where are the other counties? So these are the allegations we want to talk tonight. And then those who want to join us, they will join us. And there was our brother Chijal, Ranuta Buben Africa. Daniel, the guy who Daniel, we're mute in the word the karang a noise.
Daniel kadet loy log out completely ku jabela benchen. Ashanin audio do ya. Audio do chi pet loy log out ku bela ben.
So
Intelligent. Otherwise better.
Ranuta
Ai jal complete.
long distance quick na ben, so we can give him a chance. Other than that, these are the main points. These are the main points. Abiel Dom to 10, and then you guys can go ahead. What do you think?
Then you're some
Daniel, they can take a connect around a call.
I tomorrow, Daniel.
Are you there, man? Yes,
it's good now.
Twing.
No, but then when internet is stable, ko TikTok video, ko TikTok pin work, pa yen kene badin Wilton ko ja we ko dia de rani chola kadang aba ben la TikTok wo ben lo join ko book job at did non be ben pa wo belok twing topic one ke ko book jam tin pa later one yen chi it counted propaganda chi lo kene atau ke ready screen yen ki yen buông jam man wala book kon jam ko ko pe chana ko book ke tin ke ka yen letter ke no book we na banana
the result what brought that letter they can be and con Jieeng Wilson ban be jam tinai.
Okay, so letter book lo fear screen yen wala book you jam de la bi wo screen ja lo show.
Oh, you go jam.
And Luke will go there, and then we will read the letter after all to prove those who make allegation against Jieeng Padang. So go ahead, Benjamin, to make comment on the conference in general called by the president.
Baden kata Nadir ben Juba Baden ko puruta Baden buka agam 2 minutes ago ko kuen ko jel Baden te deran jero tem chana ya internet den.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, first of all, I would like to send my greeting to all of you, President Wilson, Brother Daniel, and Brother Billy Luke, the co-host of Jieeng Padang. As President Lual said earlier, I want to make a comment on the order that was issued by the President. That was the order number 1 for the year 2021, and the order basically said Upper Nile State Conference. Upper Nile State Conference will be chaired by the President himself. The deputy of the conference will be the first Vice President, Dr. Riek Machar, and the rapporteur of the conference will be Elijah Lamoro, the Minister of Presidential Affairs, and observers Kwalmanyang Juk, Turkeo, and the 9 state governors. Those will be the observers of the conference. The steering committee will have 17 members, 9 from SPLM in government, 5 from the SPLM IO. SOA will have 2, and the OPP will have 1. The delegate of the conference will be 150 delegates and will be divided among the 5 communities of Upper Nile State. The communities, when they mean the 5 communities of Upper Nile State, that are Shilluk, Dinka, which is Padang, Nuer, Maban, and Poma. Those are the 5 communities in Upper Nile State that will mostly draw 150. So our topic here is to analyze and in comparison to what was issued last year. The conference that was called the SPLM-IO, in comparison to the current order that was issued by the president. Of course, when SPLM-IO issued that conference, the members of the Padang community has here in diaspora back home came out and rejected it because we have seen that it was not the composition of the previous conference was not right. Was not right in the sense that will be hosted, will be shared by the SPLM-IO, and the members will mostly be drawn from neighboring countries, from Khartoum, Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and also within the POC in Malakal, Kal. So we have seen that there was no equal dividend to those who will come to the conference. But now that given the number of today that we are talking about, when they talk about the communities of Upper Nile State that will come with 150, that means it will be hard for the community to go and decide where they will come from. In that sense, that's what we want to say, and I want to congratulate the president for initiating that, for listening to the people of Upper Nile State. They will, the 9 governors will be there as observers, as well as seniors, advisors. They will be there as advisors, and they will actually listen to the people of Upper Nile State, especially the communities that has the issue, and why the state has been held hostage of not having the government up to this time. This is why we think, dialogue is the most important thing. And Jieeng Padang has been there to welcome any dialogue from other, whether it's from the Shilluk community to those, or from the Olonyim Saleb, the one that have actually picked up arm against Padang in the quest that the land has been grabbed. And this is where people will sit down and talk. We'll talk about our grievances as a communities. It went to the level that, as we speak, the level of politicalized things in Upper Nile State has went beyond the community level, and we'll continue to speak out what we see for the communities. And that's why you see us sitting here this morning and evening in South Sudan, to let people know what do we think about this order that was issued, and the structure that was put in place, the composition that was put in place that will draw people from these 5 communities. Yes, to me, we'll go in detail, but this is what we're going to be talking about. And then we'll look into those who have actually rejected the call of the order of the president. Of course, as a community, we will not be able to speak against what they seem right for them, but we are here to certain things out, to put things into perspective. If you come out with the lies, we'll come out and defend our community, because what we have seen in that letter that I've written by the 9 communities, mostly they are from SPLM-IO, and they have actually misrepresented other communities. And this is what we'll be talking about, so that people who are not from Upper Nile State could understand why Padang media and the leaders come out and discredit this letter, especially when it misrepresents the community within the Upper Nile State, especially the members that have said that they are from these communities, when the fact some of them are not true. So this is what we will be talking about. So today, this is the main topic in which we'll come step by step, and I'm going to yield the floor to other people, but I will later on come back and try to see my view and why I see this. There's subtle difference between the letter that was the conference that was called by the first vice president and the conference and the order conference that was called by the president of the republic, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, and why I see there will be equal share of the delegate instead of misrepresenting other community as well. But let us look at it this way: continue to reject it, but present the facts. Do not lie about other communities. Stand out whether you are a political entity or whether you are the community. You can come out and reject what you think fit for you. But we have seen Dr. Lemakol wrote the letter to Ilia Lomoro, also explaining why he thinks that this time that the president could not come out and actually that should be given to the community to send out. President Lual talk about it and say why we think these two doctors are actually the engineering of the conflict in Upper Nile State. Dr. Lemakol, Dr. Jieeng Machar are the engineer behind our crisis in Upper Nile State, and they are responsible into the mess that we continue to talk about it today. This is what I can say, and we'll say why we think these doctors are behind all this mess. Of course, we'll come out step by in order for you to understand that we are not only accusing them for something that they have not done, but there is a proof that they have actually have a hand into the continued division within the people of Upper Nile State. Dr. Lemakol, especially, is not only become a national figures, but he has actually reduced himself into the tribal figures that only see the interests of the people, but not the interests of other South Sudanese community, the people of Upper Nile State, as we speak. President Ben Wilson, this is what I just want to say, and you can take it from there or give it to Billy Look and read the letter, and then we'll come and talk about it.
I will give it back to Billy Look. Billy Look, you can go ahead, come on it.
Yeah. Am I clear?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, President Wilson Tonakur and President Abiel Kon of Jieeng Padang in Canada. And thank you, Ban Daniel Yuot, for the wonderful program today. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to briefly comment on the formation of the steering committee pertaining to the proposed political conference last year by the Office of the Presidency of the Unity Government of South Sudan. And this is what we are commenting on it today in this particular program. So as a Jieeng Padang panelists on this program today, we are going to make our position very clear in analyzing the scope pertaining to the formation of the steering committee so that they can actually carry on with the proposed political conference. And I hope Banya Biel and Bany Wilton and Bany Daniel, you remember very well, last year we made our position very clear at Jieeng Padang that we are not for this proposed presidential political conference. Why? It is simply because it compromises the best interest of Jieeng Padang, because there is nothing beneficial we can actually gain in that particular proposed political conference, because it is all meant to go and actually ruin your interests and to compromise your interests and to go and gang up against the interest of Jieeng Padang. Therefore, we have made our position articulately clear since last year that we are not going to be part of that political conference. However, we Jieeng Padang, we reserve the right to actually make an alternative proposal to that proposed political conference to the office of the president. that the only people that we have an issue here is the Shilluk, and no other tribe should be involved. So that's why we are calling on the office of the presidency that the issue of forming a steering committee to actually coordinate and facilitate for the conduct of this proposed political conference is not a solution to the problem of Jieeng Padang with the Shilluk. So this is why we actually proposed that it should be a peace initiative that must be forwarded here. And it is up to you as the Jieeng Padang in Juba or all over the world to consolidate your position and give a suggestion that it is going to be a peace initiative between the Shilluk Kingdom and the Jieeng Padang, because these are the only people that have a problem. And this is what actually led to the political objection of appointing Johnson Olin. So we don't want to see the interference of the office of the presidency in this. We don't want to see the interference of the SPLMIO. We don't want to see the interference of any other tribe in Upper Nile state in this, because it is only the Shilluk that have an issue with Jieeng Padang. So that's why we are rejecting any appointment of the Shilluk son to become the governor of Upper Nile state, because they compromise the security and the territorial integrity of Jieeng Padang. Therefore, we, the Jieeng Padang, we have been very articulately clear that we are opposed to the conduct of this political conference, because it does actually compromise, it does breach the interest of Jieeng Padang. So there's no need for that. But we, Jieeng Padang, we have to make an alternative suggestion that we have to push for peace initiative between the Shilluk Kingdom and the Padang. This is the only way the solution can actually be comprehended. It can be resolved amicably or peacefully. So this is what needs to be embraced by the office of the presidency instead of pushing for political conference. Otherwise, if you accept as the people as the Jieeng of Upper Nile state to go for that political conference, there is a chance they are going to overwhelm you with the ideas of trying to persuade you so that you can actually buy into the agenda set by this tribe. And you all know that all these tribes have already gangs against you at Jieeng Padang Upper Nile state. So this is not a good idea. That's why I'm completely opposed to any political appeasement or political settlement pertaining to this dispute between the Shilluk Kingdom and the Jieeng Padang. So I don't see the reason why Nue should actually involve in this. I don't see the reason why Iowa should involve in this. We have made it very clear that Agwele forces of the Shilluk Kingdom has nothing to do with the revitalized peace agreement. Dr. Riek Machar, we do appreciate the fact that he signed the peace agreement. It's part of the unity government. However, Johnson Olony is not part of the unity government. So this is very controversial. So as the Jieeng Padang, my position is very clear. And it is, I thought this is our collective position, that we have to make sure we push the delegate, the advance team that was sent to Juba by the Shilluk Kingdom, have to be confronted with the proposal of the peace initiative presented so far by the Jieeng Padang. And this is the only way we can go forward. So we can actually appeal to the office of the presidency so that they can actually mediate the peace agreement between the Jieeng Padang and the Shilluk Kingdom. This is the only way I look at it. And this is what I want all of us as Jieeng Padang to push, so that the office of the presidency can consider that. But we have to make sure we dismiss the idea of political conference, because the political conference does not actually solve any problem. Instead, it actually breach our interest at Jieeng Padang. I think that is very clear, but I want to comment on the reason why Dr. Lemakol is interfering. There is a political wrangling here between Dr. Lemakol and Dr. Riek Machar, because Dr. Lemakol is not feeling happy to see himself being isolated, and that he's not going to be a part of this proposed political conference. So he's actually trying to make sure he's being considered to be able to involve in the participation of this proposed political conference by Dr. Riek Machar. So there is a gap between the two camps. So Dr. Lemakol does not want to be left out here. So this is all a political wrangling because Dr. Lemakol wants to be considered so that he can be a part of the proposed political conference. I think he like it. Dr. Lemakol, Dr. Riek Machar is the one pushing for this. But Dr. Lemakol need to be considered. He want to be involved. That's what he's actually fighting for here. That's why they are now, fooling. There is a tug war here, political tug war between the two camps. So I know that is politics. That's normal in politics. All Dr. Lemakol want is a recognition to be a part of that proposed political conference. But I don't see the reason why we, the supporters of the government, we should actually appeal to the office of President Salva Kiir Mayardit to abstain themselves away from this, because this is very controversial to the Jieeng Padang. And that's why I heard Jieeng Padang, to come up with you have to help the government. And our position should be the position of the government of South Sudan. This is what we need to push for. That means we have to make sure, yes, we accept peace with the Chiluk Kingdom. So let it be a peace initiative between the Chiluk and Jieeng Padang. And this does not need Key to involve. This does not need Dr. Riek Machar or Dr. Lemakol to involve. If Dr. Lemakol need to involve, then he should involve as part of the Chiluk Kingdom. Because I don't differentiate between the Chiluk. Whether you are a Gwelig or you're not a Gwelig, you are from other political parties, they are all doing one agenda against Jieeng Padang, regardless of their political differences. This is what I have observed so far. So we, Jieeng Padang, we have to demonstrate our position to the general public or to all South Sudanese that we are for peace. So we have to offer a best proposal. The best proposal is peace initiative between Jieeng Padang. And if that peace initiative is going to fail, then we actually have to challenge them so that we have to pursue this through a legal litigation. That's our only solution. But we have also made our position abundantly clear that we are object to any political appeasement, to any political settlement. So if you reject the idea of political settlement or appeasement, then there's no need for you as Jieeng Padang to be part of this so-called proposed political conference in Juba by Dr. Lemakol or by Dr. Riek Machar. This is all a rubbish. And we, as the supporters of the government, we have to make sure we convene the office of His Excellency, General Salva Kiir Mayardit, to actually stand with the position of Jieeng Padang, because our position is very comprehensive and understandable to all South Sudanese. We are being fair here. Our problem is Chiluk Kingdom and Jieeng Padang. There's no need to involve the Nue, there's no need to involve the Maban, there's no need to involve the other political entity like SPLMIO. So these are the people meddling in our affairs. So we have to dismiss them. So I think my position is very clear, ladies and gentlemen. But finally, I think we have nothing much to analyze about the letter. What we are just going to respond about the letter being disseminated on social media, we are just coming live today to simply dismiss it. We just want to dismiss it. This is just a false allegation. It was being made out there. We don't know, was it the SPLMIO that wrote the letter, or was it the Dr. Lemakol group that drafted that letter, and then they actually implicated Jieeng Padang to be part of that letter. So we just want to make it very clear today, ladies and gentlemen, that Jieeng Padang is not part of that so-called Upper Nile communities that dropped a letter and then they publish it on media. That's not true. So this is a false dissemination. This is a false propaganda. Padang is not part of that, as we have made it very clear that we are opposed to that political conference. I'm not aware if there are any Padang people out there that are for this proposed political conference. This is very dangerous for our interests, and I urge you to stay away from that. But we have to continue to lobby or advocate His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit to adopt our position. And our position is very comprehensive, and that is the only way this tribal conflict can be resolved amicably or peacefully. So that means we have to challenge the advanced team of General Johnson Ulun that Padang Jieeng is for peace, and the only way we can confront them is to accept the peace initiative. Because Agwelek ever since Agwelek took up arms, they never proposed the peace initiative. So this is the opportunity now for Jieeng Padang to seize it and use it to challenge Chulu Kingdom. Please, it is time for us to sit down, and it will be up to the government of South Sudan to become the mediator, or they can look for a mediator elsewhere, so that a peace agreement can actually be negotiated on or bargained between the Chulu Kingdom and the Padang Jieeng. This is the only way forward. Otherwise, I'm here to urge you, Jieeng Padang, generally, wherever you may be, to abstain yourself completely from this proposed political conference, because it doesn't help. We don't even need Dr. Lemakol or Dr. Riek Machar to actually lure us into this delusional proposed political conference, because this is made against us. It is a setup for you. In addition to that, I forget to say that Banya Biel and Banya Wilson and Daniel, we should understand that we are continuing to pursue the administrative area. And this is what we need to urge our Padang politician in Juba, that the idea of pursuing the administrative area is a must. And failure to establish an administrative area, then Padang should actually have a plan B or plan C, that we will never accept to share the state together with this tribe, because they already gang up against us. And their intention is to victimize and to compromise the territorial integrity, let alone the fact that they are going to oppress you in political representation, as actually addressed by Honorable Deng Akwe when he actually addressed or respond to the delegate of the Bensi team of Gerald Johnson in the SIC Church, Sudan Interior Church of Jieeng Padang in Juba. So that was a best response, and that is part of the underlying threat that we see coming from this. They are going to dominate the government of Upper Nile State should you continue to share the same state together, and this is going to be a setback to you at Jieeng Padang. So this is for you at Jieeng Padang. We don't mention detail here. I don't want to talk detail about the underlying threat of sharing state together with this tribe, because they already gang up. That's why I'm asking you kindly to abstain completely from this proposed political conference. But let's push for peace initiative. We have to sit down with the Chulu Kingdom, and it is up to the government of the unity government of South Sudan to either become the mediators of that peace agreement between the Chulu Kingdom and Padang, or else we also have to pressure Salva Kiir Mayardit to exercise the judiciary system or the judiciary branch of the government to resolve all the controversial issues pertaining to the territorial dispute in South Sudan, instead of pushing for a political conference. And this is exactly what Dr. Lemakol and the Chulu Kingdom and Dr. Riek Machar and his IO are pushing for, because they know they always benefit in the state of Jieeng Padang. That's why they cannot let you go alone. So I think this position is very clear. Kuyen and we job jam tong Jieeng le den kutin Martin kuyen ba ko jiten wo chakale chokron. I think it be kwan yere the word letter. A chan letter kelo itin in banya karang in said bien chak ba kwen is already a kwen ngi. So ko buglo in ban Daniel keman be and dismiss. I think the tin ke propaganda ku bug ban le chab dan junu Sudan na de ke yin I think the wela takni. Oh kika chak so wo chakale. Nothing.
Yeah, yin chale jare de welta ne chit ka ta la phun kurin chug loy.
Hold on. We speak in English now to address some of the allegation and some of concern. But what I want to make it clear right now, the president call of Afrinal conference, Padang still yet no rejected, nor accepted as we speak. So the Jieeng Padang is still started this conference call. So let's put it aside there. We did not accept it nor we reject it. We are still started. We don't want to be rationalized and we don't want to be blamed. But thank God for those who are rationalized already. They already wrote their letters. Their politicians come out. So let's keep it that way. We are not going to dwell, but it is good to challenge and it is good to analyze the things so you can come out with a good conclusion. The position of Jieeng Padang regarding, like you mentioned, Bilaluk, regarding administration is still active. Nothing changed about that. And that's why you did not see any response whether we reject the president call or nor we accept it. So it's very clear. The only solution we knew as the son of that state is only a demonstration, period. Because the issue of Jieeng Padang and Shilluk is a land issue. It does not need to be like Riek Machar and government peace. No. It is a legal way. So in order to do that, it is to separate the people. And I say last time, the only thing that Jieeng Padang could talk about it, let the state of Upper Nile stay like the way it is now, under 32 states, which is still could be a separate administration. The Jamama case is very clear. The reason we are not fighting, I will repeat it and repeat it. As we speak, the all 5 states is still under their own governor. Central Upper Nile, Maiwut State, Lajor State, Northern Upper Nile, in Pashuda. So if the presidency want to put this is to leave those states, and then they go to percentage within that 5 administrative, call them 5 administrative or call them state. This is the only solution that we will look for it. Leave alone sharing a state with the crazy people. I say last time, it's not going to be happen. It's not going to help people. So in that case, whether Lamakol rejected or Riek Machar, they are the same thing. Your analysis is good. Lamakol is crying because he's isolated, but he's the one who isolated himself. He always wants to run his mouth and then come later with the solution that confusing people, like Riek Machar Jammeh's proposal that he wrote to Martin. Lamakol first, he speak good by providing a proposal how the conference will look like, the committee actually. But the reason that Jieeng Padang is quiet up to now, the agenda are not being laid out because President Key agreed the Chair Committee and he highlights some of the committee. But the agendas are going to be provided by who? If it is something to do with community, then the community will come with their agenda consent. Like Padang, they may be asked, what are your concerns you think should be on the table to discuss them? Whether it will be a peace conference or whether it will be whatever you call it, we are not yet there. And that's why Jieeng Padang is still keeping quiet, not even too bothering, because the agenda are not clear. Are we going to talk about the governorship? Are we going to talk about between land, between Shilluk and Dinga? Or are we talking about the IO in general when he was killing people in Africa? So these are too early. But what we can speak tonight is the letter that wrote by the 8 community that need to be read out. And we are saying that you are liars. Do not even try to, it is your right to write the letter, but let it be fair. We cannot, you see that the 8 Upper Nile community reject Kir and Machar steering committee. That's the letter. And they make a mistake. They wrote down the name of the state of the counties. But the Upper Nile region is not 8 counties or 8 community either. It's a 5 tribe, and then is you see that one. If you are looking very good in the screen, they put a Baliet there, and then they take the name called Tap Malwal, which is not name that could be found.
Abiel karang luyi na luyi miut jaga polo rawan jama tok chana miut kwe be log lan miut tana.
All right.
Abiel.
So, these are the letters. You see those names.
Yen bu Queen, muchi yen go Queen.
I could win. Queen.
Daniel bu Queen or ba Queen.
Kala la tueng aba loy pujen aba loy tane ko aba
ja. Okay, kala de yen ai. Yeah, achi baga ko reti na ngi loy kan ngi loy kwat. So actually the 8 Upper Nile communities reject here and Machar steering committee and conference. Therefore, please kindly stay away and leave us alone to solve our own dispute for the betterment of our state. We have been living peacefully together for centuries without standing by others. Enough is enough to loot our resources, and we don't want to be driven to another senseless war again through divide and rule policy. We need to settle our people who are living in desperate situation and rebuild our state, which has been destroyed during the war. The leaders of Upper Nile are fit to make peace, reconcile, heal, and unite our communities without the need of others who can destroy the social fabric of our people. Please leave us alone, and finally demand the appointment of Gerald Johnson Oloin Sabo as the governor of Upper Nile State. May Almighty God bless the people of Upper Nile State and bless the people of South Sudan. Best regard. Chuadnial, Barin Jokoin. Undersign it by community steering committee. Number 1 is Honorable Stephen Lornyak, who claimed to be the chairman. And then number 2, Honorable Mohamed Chumalin, deputy chairman. Number 3, Honorable Chual Lualwang Wall, secretary. And number 4, Honorable Tutkan Luak, member, Nathar community. And number 5, Honorable William Day Kang, member, My Wood community. And then number 6, Honorable Nyal Fort Jack, member of Wuleng community. And then number 7 is Honorable Twaj Malwal, member, Balit community. This is the only person that is alleged to be the representative of Jieeng Padang and claimed to be from Balit community, which is actually one county. So we don't even have that kind of name. It is up to us now to actually find out who is this person. Then number 8 is Honorable Emmanuel Jambo, member, Manyo community. And then Honorable Francis, member, Panyikang community. And then number 10, Honorable Toma, member, Makal community. And then number 11, Honorable Salman Ajang, member, Pachoda community. So this is the end of the letter, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we are here today at Jieeng Padang to dismiss it. And only one Jieeng Padang person is alleged to be a signatory to this false allegation or propaganda by this group. We don't know exactly who is actually this group, whether it was written by the combination of the Nuer and the Chilu community. As per my understanding, I don't even see the name of any.
Let me come in. It's the combination of Nuer and Chilu. If you see those counties mentioned, it is the Chulu counties and Nuer. And then they left out 3 counties of Jieeng Padang, if that was agreed by the community of Upper Nile. And then they left out the Maban either. So these are a make-up allegation, and that's what we want to say. We dismiss this forging letters, trying to put other community without agreement. Let be frank here. Anina nas kubar man kadib trying to IO guiding for tumala way to katab to work there. Alam dama saya jama kalanu kun nas kubar unatkalam haget. فعلا ممكن يكون في زول بالبالية لكن وينو باقي أنا Upper Nile is formed with 13 counties. Within 13 counties there are 5 tribes. Ajade is not adding up, so that's what we want to say. We don't want even to spend our time with the letter rules by the goose people or unknown people. So we are here to reject that one and dismiss it. There is no such a name in Ballier County, and we don't have people there. And on the letter too, it's saying that they want Johnson Wulong to be appointed, while they know that there are 4 counties of Jieeng Padang are rejecting Wulong. So there is no add up here. We will let it go, and I think we exhaust that case. Before I welcome Brother Kur, maybe I will go back to Benyabiel if you want to add something, and then we can close that case. And that's make up. You guys need to be very professional people, and to be honest, to write the things or to say you're right. So I will stop here, and the Jieeng Padang.
Kada yeke ran chala jag ton ka ben juba. De bero rod ten. Ja ku jolu wa selu struggle.
I Benyabiel bata hol for ben. Lagin to
jag to ne ying mana ine kun ya cha no kyara go ku yin che jam che fingro
kira ben mute
I wrote mute. I lana la ko ba lu unmute is not. I chi ro lu unmute.
Luira and mute a jack.
I lui pro da yi na tem den.
All right, kilo ira ke ken. Ayen wo kuri ku welcome. Am benya biel gam in not 1 minute then be add. Then we will go to another topic. We exhaust
Before
to the language later.
before kena biala ito ko tan back gam ku be 2 or 3 minutes loy ko ba de bija ba doctor na biel chano pa ye wale we dia biel
Lala kur jobo.
I kura lo ba na di ba kwat ka ina bello lakini na
okay. We chang modo de Wilson Banya Biel kujala Billy Luke ku Daniel Yuor kurantinun ke ben wet pe dare dir ki chag ba nyal ba ka danga gunyin te kin ke wide well ki chilo ka ba gunyin ma ke wan jam ga bol tin ke ninge yen ke ko wan ko no letter on chag got I ki get me yana yeke woi ake ke ki ma di tu ba de na yelem ke disagree on ta ken kan mat ke pio mi de ko brio ko be kan be jiem yana yelem pio piap ke ki ke riek so ke de na lut yana janda dara janda la lwel ale ba kan ngi ya janda o lwel janda to padang no e kan dunu shulu yana ga janda ngeki janda da na governor kana hijaban kidi ka ka ken mat ben kidi ka ken mat kede Johnson Uloy ko ken consol kede tiob ka kin ke padang lera janda government ai ye government bin padang lo lwetin ministers ke ka ye go nya padang ki to tiom nom ku ke tiom de na tawsi na kwanye waziri ka ki kwany mu ka ki kwany kri bene yimeya ki galentin ku tiom de rumten bi kit kliu ko mo jolo le janda government aluel kede janda etiop yene ka gementi bas yene ga to kuna ye ke letter wona fo joroben ti won ci gade yene aki sa ke ko ko jam ke de aki ko rer ti tui a ko ke le ke le lo ken ki ko ke take na kuma ti tui ma ka wane ga le ten kala wo letter got yene letter ken so ka ya lo yen padang ngi padang e belu ko shulu yene ke ngi ku ke cho governor dan lwel ka ke ken e ke den padang kor idara de fe a chan yene jitile run ge min daman to ko ror ku min daman wan chin bai dom ku medicine nak ke ka ke de a chin ke padang ma ke ko gi cho ku padang ma ke ko gi cho be a jam ke nier ke ko gi aliu padang ne nier pe ku ko nier ko gi pe ati padang pio mien mi a tiom de ton padang pio miet ke chi dare de son ke nga chi rut palte ne ka padang a ken pel because padang a young economic ku a young tiop ku a young ban ku nak so ke na chin le padang sin a we cha le we de ku tonda e yen padang be da ko re chulu bi jam ge na bi joben yen ki ku jo ai wo joben dai we ke ja dai we ai yene ke to kuna government a chin le padang sin chana ke nyong ter ka jinam bad ban padang tin era wedi ka
in chuk le ja biel lo de ke be bal wel won ta de jam Wilson
nju wetong ban ku
chola jag
ma ne
jam
opinion
ka to
ba en je la chan ba ne dai wa raba
okay ajagera ne lui pros baden ban kur live dan loy ko call the same thing live the Saturday ku loy chang pa yin chuk loy welcome every day bi wo la live ku jaben in bu loy welcome bi wo jam tin taban ma pro di a Jieeng za to lakin ya wa panal wo ko kai ke padang to ya panal pa another thing kur adera ndang ben le tera ni chola gwer ti chen ben le te chen a chia tie about you le in chi live de ko lo jo nya ra ne le ke leader beta Jieeng kulu ba jam ka wone Jieeng lo challenge rot ku ja wo padang lo join kai wo cho long time ko wo ke lo join live de ka ben le lakin wo padang wo de ni topic da nen jam wo ke won chi ta na ku read out border wo de ni Mr. the bordering book ko ne be ni chulu ko wo de ni karai lo bi anyot ko jo letter ken nin kur letter ken lo yo ka dani chol Sudan Post yen le wo letter ken yo tin we ka je we ping wo de letter ken lo yo ten ko yana na concern number 7 number 7 honor twi malwal leke member Baliet community fa wo kinim ran chol twi fi Baliet county ye ki chane lo highlight ke tit ken yan lo yen ken go lo target fa ke quite number 1 up to number 11 ke quite propagandas kwa ko government lo challenge you know kana quite bali da taw within which is ke padang lakin bali ku we no ku we no maluten aliu ke ngo bali da to gene la taw tin which is mean
ja piji
pe ke ne ke na ko buk le ko chi government ku ja we padang we dai ben ko buk le we la letter kana fake ache letter asile lana ache wo gaden ache padang ne gaden ku ka ke taw tin letter ka ache ke ga padang ku wo da wo ke participated tin ka wo ku le wo ka Baliet county lana malut ki ali utin e ulangan taw tin which is mean letter da adu kan adu ne gaden ne letter kan ka we ga chak ting tin ran chol honorable twi malwal na ki ne juba wata no le ke Baliet community member ran ken ne ko bu lo investigate ta wen tin ku bi ben lwel yok Baliet no Baliet den che yok somewhere wala Baliet asile yen ken fa yen ken yen ka ba die tin ku ba lek we kwa je we dai we de kol ken la no yen ene letter yen ko bu lo read out chan bira nen ping lan propaganda lo ro ko chak to ko madina bila na ko ma chan no steering committee wo ke lo reject they ma chi ban Wilson elwel we did not reject and we did not accept it yet lan padang mo kon mat fa yen letter ken yoko post ke lo post ko yun ye lo post fa yen ken we Jieeng Padang we chak ke le jare de ko ban bilulu ko ja ban Wilson ko biel ko kur ko wan ma da jage ben ko tem le karang internet de right pa yen ken ne jam work tonight chan allegation yen lo rot ko da wo ko jo ja dang got chiri juba bi wo yen more information also fa yen ken yen ka ba lo introduce lan yen chan number 7 won te na chan lo highlight chan book ting nga ke la wo lo betray ka wo ka Baliet ino ade ran Baliet chla lo participate ke ga du kana iran to Baliet waran to fi Malakal waran to fi Juba bak ting ran kana who the hell is this person na cha gen yo ka take to Baliet no when lo na to right and birin kala la ta we kani fa we ta ke le ja re we kwai kwa we dai fa yanan chỉ có ba jam tung ka wa ja chi kwa ju jen kwen tung ka wa ja kwa bi look be dom ten wala biel ran to ke gi ten ko na chi ran dan to ben ju ba ka bu ga mi e porsa ta wan yanan chi jam re de yen ten ne pegan o we chak le
apet brother Daniel
I you lu jam in a little bit quite
ke ngo ko ba
ai ke wi ba lu lu panda we ban ko na padang we cha bi dan dai ban ban David in chule jaret analysis ya kan achi kuro chi ngi lu na panda agi go ye lu ki ya ti ke we padang dai we ban ko padang acha go ting dare wore gi wono go ne kan ka propaganda akoy brother jakki ki akoy de yin jam chan bugin go pat tam da be jam da erol joda ma
ajak
pros
yeah the internet problem internet they very weak
ai awi bi a jam na ko vi jam go erol joda jaga chan bugin ping akoy te no ping
la tuen be look achi chak lu movement ra
okay ai awi buga fe ma le chin ni chila ke yen ke wi balwe lin ban Wilson ya in ban biel ku kang de di panda ko Jieeng Padang ku kang de di kichi go god la ta jiten datu en ke ku bela jame e proposed political conference kan in ko gen wala yen ti manite ki Daniel go jam kwa biela tawoten ke ko balir kake kwera ni chol nga chol twaj malwal a chera ngiki ninge honorable ke ran chir lu ke represent in the parliament is it ni jara nang le nang joro jo tiam thang we ke ne ke en jo la jo do we ko balir ja kala fa now de ne ngara ne ke we ko balir kwa yo ke ne a chu lo dismiss en lata be dismissal en lu ko yen a chin gidi tatin ke bu ban le kyab de junubin bu la yen padang ki chin ma de kenik ku ko no gen lo yen chu ko bu ga part of this proposed conference a chin dang bela kwentin ka un chi ban kur ji ngi luel a chil wel ke we ga ke cham yai padang ko bela tan nam pin len ben power cheering baden power cheering we believe economic cheering we kibita tin ku pin nun da ba jot kwen ka cha go tin ai go de la tekni ke lu la yen we will con okay ka be agreement na loy kula loy pu jela mya ke cha la mani kula lo we ke chin ta ni na de ke na ran chol ni cha gam. This is not about lo ni mo ne we ne ke je mu tin ba ke de we Jieeng Padang. This is about whether be Jieeng Padang bi ulaya bi be mat ke ke bilat ka ke che tong ma de yen e kene chu rejected ku we ke la young economically politically ku ja totally we ke la young in ke chi we ga cham ya we Jieeng Padang kenen ko we le we ko le we don be la mani le ki na chan we yugu we ko ke do aka le yen ke chulu ko na dong michila to ko be nyu chweni chulu ku buk do da kwen rana ro da la yoptin ku le ka de kwen tin heli tin ku yen ka ba le ko dai michila kene had nothing to do with the peace agreement in Junu Sudan when we be a le ku kuma de da ni Junu Sudan da nu e michila kene ke michila de chulu ko Jieeng Padang ni de rana ro nwai tin ke ran de ran ko tong no Padang ken a chan na nge ke nwer wan ke kan cham pa na panal ke ya governor wa we big mayorship big bananum ku jela economic position ko ke abi ke ku je ke we la lo dominate ku jel tuluk bu jela lo interest bi pen dun be jongor kala yen ke a che ke bi kir mi yari beta tiniken e ken na lo Padang gem ku administrative area lu ku pasu ku na de ran e jame ke peace conference ken ku le yen ke do da kam da chulu but e chira nan pe meratin te a chin ku wikir mi yadi tin a chin ku wije doctor yek wala ninge le ma kol ke jula ben ke ra le ne chulu so ko ko pide na bugyo buro jola confront it twi e kene a chiro bule wak bai ke ko bogo nim pia ni chi o yiga dem setiberi ko Jieeng Padang to panal then ko go buro ma o pa ninge ra le en po del mi aga geni da will ke kene ke declaration of war aka del ngi jene ken ke planning to ko tin ye na ba do we ko cha kale e wadun chi ban kur chi wel kenen ke wada ka o de ban win chale jaret ban kur banya biel ni be ben ya yin ton ku we cha kale.
Okay. Yeah. What I want to comment on the letter, especially the name that undersigned in Balit, we don't have the name associated with the Twitch, and this is propaganda. And I believe that we don't have a honorable that representing Balit counties by the name Twitch Malwal. This is something that needs to be understood by those who are watching and listening. This is a make-up story, and this is a forgery. They are forging the name of the people on behalf of the community, and we condemn as a community members and as a Padang community as well. So the content of the letter, of course, we Jieeng Padang, we welcome the dialogue between the communities, especially in Upper Nile State. We need to come together and we need to sit together as communities. But when it comes to the proposed conference that is put in place by the president, up to now, the agenda to be discussed need to be laid out first before we come out and say this we disagree with it. And the call for administrative area continue to be there. And I believe if you watch the Advent team when they went to the church and talk on behalf of the SPLM, on behalf of the Advent team, that the main objective is to come and talk to the people of other Padang community and others. They were told that we cannot talk to you because you are a political entity. You are not the communities, And the issue that we had as a Padang community is not politically related, but it's the community related. person like Johnson Olin did not pick up arm because he wanted to change the status quo in the country, but he picked up arm because that his land has been taken from him. This is what they were told. And if you are coming back to talk to us, then we have to sit down as a community, but not as SPLM IO or Johnson Olin advanced teams. This is what they were told, and this is the position of the community, because Padang community cannot sit with the SPLM IO without addressing what was the cause of the person that have taken up arm against their community. And they said, we better stay without the government if you guys continue to persuade people that can accept Johnson Olin. This is what they were told. They were also told that you cannot have a Devan team when you have been presented by the like of the first vice president. He's presenting you, and you cannot even send a Devan team to the capital city if you are part of SLMIO. So they were told frankly by our people, and I appreciate what Honorable Deng have told them. And this is what actually the position of all the Padang people, because we do think that dialogue is welcome. We can talk with them, but we have to talk as a community to address what is the root cause of the person that have actually picked up arm against the community. So there's the orders. Let us see the outlay of the orders. But I believe our people will come up with the agenda that they need to sit down with the community in which they think have a problem with them, especially the Shulu community and Padang community, when it comes to the matter of the land, when it comes to the reason why it doesn't pick up arm for. He didn't pick up arm because he wanted to change the government in South Sudan. He didn't pick up arm because he saw things are not going all right in the country.
And kana bati ga biel na jam ka bati and went to na chi jam ngod ka latwe.
Ajag li bajam wala shin ben ko bajam jar chin yal mugam fursa tawale shana go ngi lan ku ne ben go ya pros ben go tem na ko bajam gal bajam ayo ke taban you've been following us acha go de ngo jim ko yo ko kai to fi Padang community ke jim ban cha go de run te na de ko balwel tin le balwel acha pros man
I latwe ko ben jam chin do jam yal go ahead achi chen way achi kai ping that.
Abiel Lotting Bagu conclude.
Latwe ko
yes. So the conclusion is this: let us see the outlay of the conference that was proposed, and then the Padang will come out with the one position. But our position has been very clear to the government of President Kiir that we only option is to give Padang community a administrative area. This is all our demand. This is the demand that is in the table, and we are not going to change that demand until President Kiir listens to us. Maybe the issue, the administrative area, will be also on the topic of the agenda, because we have seen it. Until now they're working out what will be discussed in the conference. But the issue is not about the governorship. The governorship cannot be imposed on the people. The issue is why this community continue to have problem in Upper Nile State. And when you put down here, I'm not going to Michelle. When we walk down there, then I can call my Michelle. And I share I said about money right. So until people down Ben by then, you may walk jam can put down. Kidan a Jamana walk or day dara. You put down and the teacher community of Sudan. Walk or book day dara because of good thing that one walking already walk you everyone over it. I can book everyone over it. I can go jam. Kwabida Zaman. Bida Zaman shall look at Conbe Jam, quite your own pin. A good book con be near near around there, and Cabro Gakan. Where can I think and a Kibuka Padang Jamtin and Wogama Jamana, walk over Padang community, help them Shaglotana Ben, a can show Idara the Padang with the gum walk. Now, biag the Juop, will biag the letter into Ben, Tigam quite. Can you other walk? Quite walking about the one, walk around and shall try to Baliet. Kera only Baliet Masalo. Can I ask William Ayu until a bank can get? Quite a little yen taban to go in Yai Karangate. One table walking a guy and break PH in Yai Karang, one here again got. If you look like big letter Jai. Lakina Jigbe got by my sheben, Chinoda Chin and Gamin can actually form. Who can you form that the one I can show observers? Observers can be still die. ago kajun kujen ma we need to people Southern to understand akuma wala ko bi understand ngo mission to happen state bezat عشان بيقولوا understand لازم بدي توقي observers بيدل ping jambi ko jambi ka jambi padang man jam bik den dilwel kudala padang le jam amar kini amata ke lolo tin le amar le nan baden ngana e kene pinya chibiliotin kene kam la to ko chibiliotin ko biya ina kene mahima pay na jamana ra wani dang lom biya do padang kene en ko bu jam yen dan ke ro kene en obo gami dara do wok e kene obo dara do talwa ki indi ma bi ke belo le yaud e jami ten ko amata ke ko ke bu na amar abik dil ping ke bi padang bi dilwel kila ma kene la twen so mara chi ben wan ten ben twen da bang no ga rejected min kede e ke chi la lo ke kene chola asole ma yo lu ndiru kwa asole ma yo da da an cho kwaj bai asole ma yo da an ko fi manati ke padang asole ma yo da an la bai fi Uganda fi Kenya fi Sudan fi Ethiopia ena ko be ko no ben karangay mana yo tingne kene che tong chi nom tong ben in jambi ko jam lakini kene mana nam tong la na chi le communities ka di ke bu ka ken bai kabi ka take community ka di you see ko padang abuk jotit de kabun bla jambi lakin padang ba jana de pinya bi del tap ni wo ga jamana wo de luk e ko ga shal shiluk ko yo anti dang lom biag de pinya ne wo de lugo ke e wo ni to gande lugo wo wala yen ban ke kingdom den ga blu ko padang community ko bi kin pin bi address ene ke bi kan to le ban kin jago gami dara ma ne kin pin kin address kin ka jago bi amishira di go so we need this administrative area bo del tit buka da lugi go kin pin blue address based on the tare ni ku jama ko to work ku ja evidence na nyuan work ta ba na kenda ke e ken chol wer we ade dog ma logo ba wer ke wa na de ka to we ka to we kana de ka go arabe ko ba jol tor jamo ka ge na de jara nan queen ba queen bi na kun arabi min 1953 kini chole idara chiman wan to ko dok chiman to rang ku ja malakal kage yi da haraka kan guja Nasir you see kage 1953 idara kwa chukari idara kodok mena le akan shuluk chukar barabe ya chukar barabi kodok idara ta shuluk rang kage malakal kage jieng
mu ko kene abaja bay
no yende kene jalo di mana ma yen kage ade khala ko kage na piat em ko jeten
I can abaja bay ba de lo la ben kere introduction the land issue. Fayen, I think we will conclude this topic here. Thanks for those who are watching. The reason we were speaking in English or Arabic is just to address those who make allegation, the 8 communities. Putting one Padang County in that one, that was the reason number one. Number two was the conference proposed by the president. We are telling to people up to now, Padang did not accept it nor reject it. We are still studying. Conference is not clear yet. Agendas are not clear. Who will propose the agendas? We don't know all these things. So these were the 2 things we were common on it, and then we will jump to another things. Introduction, we will go slow by slow how these people come. And before introduction, Biel brought up the allegation that made by one chi brother Karanga Queen, one chilukichol Edward, Kerkichila Loy Firang. Daniel in Chiram Yud in Chukupung will a Jamagranda quick. Fayen, whereby Kenawan, Yantautin investigation all this week, Yan and Chiyuk Maratain and Chiyubi Marba, ku ba quite quite orang, there are not okay secretary and a chol, I mean Dengichul. Dengichul Chijam Kaya and a chat Kulaki in a ding kitchen you. We will check on me jaret. What the color you wrote up with Nadagni Max at media. Can get Yaga Chigro Loy where you bay nyal around a bay nyalaman that you look. Ranichol Edward. Whether Yaga wear will check out where can a cogu we make a padang to bara. Book clear message thing the way can I will with a co booping. Can I hear Ben you will eat? I can credit the Ben go to Dabe wood credit. Can I leg in a yin? In Chiaran when a Yinaran got pijam, Pakabra low in Baja Yuma Jima, achan yom sabit yin ba bay live ku triga ban bay live be so du yin bi ping achan yi ga chinom internet ba wana kolen ci yum nyok wa yok ci ben fallo ko ci yet pa ne chol galdora outside bita fallo yena de tuwa ci rabe loy ten panden ku yena ci luila de koy kok ke de nga ye contact koy kok to rang ran ci taw ñi de kan yena ci pe gere nin wan lakin ka wan loy rudu ban angi ke ga taw tin yena position de na secretary a general secretary within the state of within the former state of Northern Afrinal ba ke ci belle ken ker ranga ci ti ci luil kan ke dia ka ci luil ku ban kon go le reason ki pe yero loy nin wan luila de ran ci to moy no la to musr kulwela be ban taw rang pande el ken ci loy wal kera loy yani indi ci wona bare ben kwentin amikla ke ka ga ko roy fa ki ci ben kwenen wati ci ben wela ken yi moy nuera ci to fi musr moy nuera ken la ran re rang won te ka yene de panden ci hoj ka yen wok jaga yu faja moy nuera yubu wok faja inu yene de ran ci ben musr qur'ana bu to ran en taw ke ci governor acting governor a ci la juba ku je wona yu. So what you been Queen fell and this is true. But kiche true allegation chi wani la lwela la jeng pa garang jeng abalang ne chamat ka ku jaye dara ke ga luira rajak je lwela kana chi true. Je lwela kana ma rule. Na ne to ke wazir bita health minister of health within the state of the former Northern Afrinal state. Ake ben chol ku jaw medir majlis ten fist ku ja koy won ka bay. So the Afrinal constitution jam kulwiliyin because of health condition akira ambe ya taw pande kene ganun ci law state ke constitution ko jelwela not only that je agam example adek bañ ci taw go ko bañ mit bay den mit garang tawra ne chol jog yusuf wona mo ngiru an taw ke nadre bitata kulu jeng de garang jeng de abala ane chol karang ngor jongor akine taw firang general kurakol wan tawen akine ben taw firang aki ben leer bilik den baramerang ye koy kuen ko ci to je lula kene elut ke ci leli no rana be tawti koy tawtin turang ci ran le be taw pande cane ga nun ci state ci katany fa yene ci nama laga ke ga jeng wala de nama laga ke karam fa yene ken yene te ci luira ga shara ci luy lakin shara den al biya different ke way bana ben sharaw yana ko ba bay ba yobu telefon ko ba bay den lakin wana ko le ca ben yob ko luy la yene ci to wa pol yene bu ngor ko bi gu can ke yo ka ci ka bay we bay ko jaga ci way yene ca lakin ya luy ko na ko wan ci la loy ke portes ke mit shabam de rang achira ani chol karanga ci kwany ci kangaro ci galwel wa ci lwela de lu ci lu chol lwela we ci lu de garan won ci to mi yakaten ka ci be taw wurden aku yen we ci lu de gene big organization kon way ke ka woni yi chonglo di yi nga ci ga be loy firam kene ca lekene dang el kene ci ra loy but kaga yegro go proof ka pat de garan ci dai Junub Sudan TV on Friday wan chonga ga bel chonga lo heyen gabila ci lu ko nué ki ka ngor ke chong lo wora padangi aya ka tingwan ke jet gol nial ke kagra ni choli duot ko bu ko prove wrong through this social media chani en ka kene ye galwele ten ben be junubin ko bi ko jeng bateri kadang pa yene ci ben kwen kër mit karang ye lwele mit wala ga bi ja ke den nim hak adeg mala de taw ki ci ashara position ke ka fair wona ka fi wona taw babat to kuma na zamat a ci ke ban to bay ke ni le ko bay juba bu ko luyi ke lo ni ka fir ye lo ni ka fir ci wuji qualification have mid local ken wane na ci gala bi ku ja kare yi suwakat bitarabat a ci le ko bay fi juba ye le ken le de ken mi garanga ke ni hak lakin ki ci raja woy lu ci ka kan bela karam ci ka fa ke mun zamat bela karam fa ken wane ca clear up so achan bran pen ci bitaw firang it is a ganun bita state ache ganun karang wane yi do da loye bila compare ke yen e ko ji juba na legja e kiram bitaw juba ma de ganun ache o yani e ganun bita siri ban ke mit karang taw general kurakol taw wenen yen yusuf ngor wene sultan kabir wadera nang ci kwerin ko ga kin ga taw firang wor ke ni wadega ni wor kana milik wor di ko kene e ke ci luel ke ben rane choli dot bi fruit lakini ngor ka kwanchuk ka buk bay life chan be bi ben jam to arab biran ping ben chan mon ci lu ken ka loy ke aka ko ben ke ko ta rai piot ku ci lu ga chak tinga chong lo wana kol firang nuera chak tinga chong lo wana kol firang de jeng chak tinga chong luar fi nasir ci nyuak wala pa choda jeng de padang wala yi jeng bas maf fa yen ken wani ne ya luel yen tererin waran qur'ana dalin gop ni lo yi ko grana de gidang di ko balu yen ran ken ci yine ngin mo e baja lega mo nye wu ci ke wu yin ke de jey tok len la jala pan wu ku baja la ben ku bu beram wala la pan kan fa yen ken modwa bitarang am still continuous the former secretary ken when he get time this week or any time le book bay fi karang because to prove this allegation but Edward are all liars because what happened in Rang is a constitution that within the state of the Northern Africa under Minister of Health within the state are not allowing people again to be buried in their own houses. You will be buried in a public cemetery in Rang. There is not a Rang alone. It's all Mudun Bita Junub, wala Mudun Bita Alam. Even here in America or where. There are some South Sudanese own the building here in the Western. They tried one day, Galia and Batau Pandi. Nobody will accept that. So these were the rule. Like Brother Edward come and took it as a propaganda. Dan kin ben bere chan krida chitok en ke lula chulu ka chika chol ko lula yin tu be chong lo wurten aku yin de gran won chito we chi be to firam kene chi martin wan wa chi go fruit just a day ago well 1 day ago through 2 days ago chulu ga chong lo firam ngur ka re firam no re chong lo firam fa yin ken aka ban we highlight the ken topic wo bu jala topic dan kere introduction kage land ka research ka chuko bay we will focus more about this and we are not judging anybody. We are trying to highlight some of the facts and then other Junubin were misleaded the land we will go step by step. I can to learn a little bit about Upper Nile. Fa yen ayene ki ban ko tin ko ayogo wati male jama chamit ku webelo kere introduction and we will still have a time good to be around karang japa ran when be ben Australia. It is 1 now, so up to 2:30 in the book chok but sure but 1 hour and something right now.
Yeran an kor bata ya we ba je tin ke ye ni ta yo cha yo men tio ko chi telephone jot.
Okay.
Ka ne toy
Ma twin ai.
Ka tin ba la we kin awala ja ki ye ko le padanga ko tong irani jotong wele ran tong joden tong kor padanga kin tong kor lakini akiran ye kirara jor ben na pin ka gerut ke men ke ga jal wor ke le padanga bu mak ku padanga kin kan jam kultu lu ambi chuluk mak kwen ben wer mak kwen ma ban mak ka tinga padanga ne mak kin yak leke ku le wo na chak wotin kultu wo megran ke du dam wo chinti lakini iran gubi kuma wo ku chok banto ma ke yen ko to yun ko panda so ma ke ne murum kaltan ato ke cho murum kaltan ato a chaka pin wan la ra bato ujumal manzil ku chi lu ajamu ki lu ro da fo lora non ya ke le yene bo ana ke la pande kuna li bolin da buye kitene ki bra pal nak ken yag leke dang rew menene joje logo majitin gule ne state apia amene ka ko be mag nyintin yara na tiya talimat ku abi kit pan cherum bay ke jam ke mene ka file jot jubo ken kuna jola wuzir ku modir bi jo pekto ka pir ke la be bi ben ta swagin ku ko ke pan yong ji ben leutin bay ka de junuba ke jiri hakade lakin pan choranga ken kan poli ka malut to kulle ken ka liu yitalimo en werke kichulu ku yitalima werke jeng nangu noedan ku bay ka de ayri hakade ke bay karo ke to bunyoti lebe kafira bay fandan wala lebe swag la bay fandan ku pani ene pan mu koy ran wan chitge sikete dun lela ko je na ye pol sholding ke my colleague o rer tok malakal o ko mai kadisa malakal we yen ko to ge david mejeles ku kabun aja ku mene yen aja tinwa na ma de itana e my colleague
I think abedila yen en kujiren kan kanita
e mo ndire mo ya ger rana mo ya ger
ay mo ndide mo na geri ya en tawga chit gabna eran kan le
yena kir gabna e my colleague yen
okay yeah
yena to ge david mejeles ku kabun ku yana to ge makaniki ke mahandis makaniki ku ya bunlwa o to
I think yen mo ndir kan
yer mo ndi dil raga nang ni karo
en tawga acting governor lakira eran tawga secretary and ngi chol deng chol
ay
so yen ran kan chingi yen tawga acting governor mana gutti biya pernal jaman na modang yen amuk northern afernal up to now
so ran ji pije ret ran ji pije go ran different thing rir wo to o cham santo
okay
darar kadiza wo ka maken wayen
okay
ye nan beto ku we ba ja tin ku rana che yobun ko ci telefon jot
ngaken
ke sang mbe ben
ngaken
nyambe na ile pa da ga jotong ke ya lo wo ti julu wo panda ko ko irot lakini ku wo ci tong joranda parce que ya ran woni chol toji ne jeng chol toy cin jeng ci kan chol toji piri e pinden ku wargan ke ne ci lo wanten kulele wo warga gor kene mozor e warga lu zoru yiti gaden dado achetere kitoy e nuer to gena kirala taw kaitin apet na jo gora swala men jo le okay yini nuer yirer pandu yongulel yin chuluk yirer pandu e chuluk era ba ngene na ngetar ko wadi yen ko nuer ngulel ko yen e nuer ko rer wot kay yongulel ko wo e wujum ken zado rot ko wede e wujum e chane lete ki god e wujum rot e chane kin gel ke bag lel ke nya akew te lene boda loy ke te gir boda nyine te bawe no er ja yo ke jam go we chane kin tiom kor no we ku kichi loy e wujum lete ken ai jam ne yi david gar ke giten e ke la jam yo ke la jam ke koy ke wilaya fe kaitin chatting when ke lo live ten
oh
to bini lo kene ka ci robelew ay ci robelew ku yen na le ku jumbe ke akin bolin ba do ken ran brogel kuna na reru pande akere
akin wujum ben ben kur ma yana ni kila baye ni wan wujum je ben no e pan mugro ku baye pan du lana be na go tim bi tim tin wudu nin ke be hor ko wudu ke kin kon to so akin wujum wa kan biya chulu wala biya ngala big wujum ja jot ke ay wo ben ina big yetem lakini big yo ko ja kinin
abi yo ya na le ay wo ma ka ala ka we ko fa da fiala me
ku ko tin di
yen we ba nyang pin ta tin da yo ko kuran kin ai yo ba bela tingala kan ben
la ran da mandena ngot da mandena ta ti da mantini ando ja sita fi Australia am so aya yo ngot ke kro
okay
pa ye na in chale kudit ko wanti ni chol karanga je ben ajak in pengogo nje internet ilu ya met ajak
jaga ne de na to ne de na chien ka ping yen kia kai chok ga da dam nyal yen ma salama
azuma ajak kibra loy ga yini bi yoba messenger bila luk kede ko messenger den ko ba yob acan bu ko ne bu ne bi yoba messenger acan kan do na ci mosada pinginin fayen bila luk go back to the other topic beta introduction to our prefer ka wana ba ka nyot yin bila luk banya biel ayo biya pursa bu ka ga nyot kici 20 minutes to 30 minutes bu ko mon jallo yitin ko yen kene ayo gena bu la tin man tin ayin yu pingai
la twen a jak la twen tawali atem
azma chola janga wona ba yub aba tem karang ni chaw yub karang
la ten your friend ke your ba chit ki my friend I don't know yeah cool.
ay ba yub atalo ma karang mikela yan chinam speaker ya lam ten let me find speaker so you guys go ahead
Banya biel then conclusion below le topic kan ko ba ka tui ba nyal ke low ya while I'm preparing this and be there tin ba comment ne jam te ka yok ban Wilton ga yok ke wel ke kure cha ke dedi kene abok diam chano fadang ko kri ban low ile ku ka chu ku ta ong ke serious e kene abia mi chila ba de ke loy ka ki ke da le chi man ko unju gol le chong lo wan lo ye chong ranga ye de ke tatin lekin ko they can easily be fool chong ai declare already ku chi man je men kre idwat ten maluma den ke jorka ke ko within adun to within kene ade yu pa de ke ko pada e ngulo ro ran kene ke big deal ko un ai to ko ne we chu bu ro be lo repeat a cha ne cha dable we ku le yen ran chol idwat ki lo Facebook ke un te bu rio ko gieng ban ko derun bu rio ko gieng pada ke lo indirect to ke gieng pada ko wan te laut ke propaganda bes lekin ga ka un ju gong ni chara uter ran chi jam ki ran un chinen ko in ke te de ka ke long a chira ne to chagan ba ran yidi yen ran e ba so for the public health a chila ran to so e ken ka yug musulin ke pan ran alo ke pya da pya ko ken en ke te ye bang ban tin ka chir man chi ke lo go chong ran ku chulu ka chong lo ran ma lo gur ken ade mana de ke e lo tong ken ti ka yo gen de ra le di lo ye de ke ta tin ku ken ke we ke ba ben lo claim ka ke we ke ma ka lo claim ma na chan wa ti ke fal nam den ku ke yen duing no na ke nyo do lo ko ke jing fada e ken a wi be ko tem tong a nyo yo re di ka yo gen de ku ke bere i di bu diam we jing fada ba den ke we je ka ro fin kwa ken ni chirot be lo tan ke lo ran chiri dwat ke kle ne propaganda in ban Wilson a chin dawo de ten he's one of those people who get lu ko radicalize other tribe chan bi jing ma ne bat ku bi jing fada ma be man position na ke kli mit bale yene gan chi wure got ke kulele yen jing fadang to juba achin ke chol aman le ko tin aman ji propose jai ki lekin ak le ke alternative solution ke chuluk ku jela fadang ke nyu ti ka de do de le be kuin ko do ra chi bi lo promote ran chi kir mi yari ko chi promote re ko chi promote ran chi le makol ko yunte bi jala mediate se ka ben jo lo yene ken ku bug jo lu agree yete no bi ko jo nyutin ko kana che ko jinu Sudan a che ko ayo a che ko yi jinu Sudan so ken ga yu ke wasa ko be ka dana administrative area en kwangi chok ning la kra administrative area u chiro lo ko padang bo that pin ron ma je tok na da ra la yen lo info da gen de will jing padang ke ken e consider ke declaration of war a chin gidi ku ban bitin e proposed political conference lo yel ken ken a chi ban ku wo chil wel ka ti ko wi bag de ya dik wo jing padang wel ke teme check ku kai ka tin ke chol bu ka lui flip lo bale de chi position git ken ara e ko lu ka sara ken ke liem bag loy ke we jing fadang ke ku ten ku topic ai tok ku ye nin ban ton na ku I will prepare that presentation book introduction book loy yen yekian minute ku yin banya biela bedom to ten ku ja Daniel hai ben we chakale topic ai cha
ai yen da na cin gidi bugbe jam kene yogo ben yal eno bi ko dil ngich eno position da ban go community jo kere del war de ma chinen queen kene yo kulwel all this time eno bi ko jo kweto ko bulle ko jina jamana kene kida ben ok padang eno bug da idara da wok bug da idara da wok ku bi padang bi del majeto go ka kawon cikin nimbal ko bi del tem ga ci bi jo ting no ko ben tin dang ci jam jen kene juwab taban ko chien got ki role ko ki asfere ma yo bezat ko cha go ting no taban the way they are recommending no until all blue appointed mana already they have taken their position against the will of other community jama ta pada ngana era on chikor they are entitled the kidan chi got the kidan chi luel lakin taban pada ngai entitled kaman kidan chi luel ko kidan chi gat ka kuma junub sudan kure chi gara ngana chi gara chung nyang ko chu ba jam tin re chu gara ba ko ga jam tin no kef bi padang bila twenga di padang bila twenga daran magamen otherwise chicken leg one the one they will ben ga community ko we ko yi ko la advan team ngane a cin de ko le we klano we ga jam ko jen de clinical political ajede kada an kan community ko kan siyasa na sele ma yo la jam ko government ko jam community ga jam de pin den tung nyai go ban lugo ke ko bo la fi ganun en to anan chok kai ko tin ga kan kuna le ben kun ci wilson ci le taban no ran ci la jay kana chunga jina kage do de ben e kala loy exaggerated bi ko la tawna ya ga jinga chop ko jinga loy gable jinga ko ya pension ko taw ata baitin man ko ga jor le ga junub ko ga taw lakin kada ko lo shamira ara ci bra taw ko kana lo taban na ci ko won ka da show da ci yo ko kana de la yi lakin lo de ben and that's why chin other opinion the jing miska jing for example ci loy block eno chan ci bi ya loy respond ka da nan jementin ma penyero ganun ro war tawano ko taw be ken kina dile pol na ci den longa jamia ko taw magabar kan ran ben le bran taw magabar lakin ci tabo go en ci bayo go le tom kana biya tawtin na caga ba itin fi North America ayo ga ci ran di kon taw ba pande da mano taban ko ci ko baytin lakin kin taw inje taw ba pande ina le magabar hune ran tawtin ben so kana chunga wan da ban with propaganda lakin ala lui go jeng bi wanam ko jena jeng especially for dang ko gablin ko jeno ko ja reje ko to which is totally wrong ko pet jibulson lwal ci jam ko to fi rang ko ci luel ngo kana ci lo ye kana jiban en kana ko ba ground ping ten next time wala ko luel de la ping ne ka badel luel do de rana jam kon ci yi ko propaganda en luel wa nan jam na show de yen. So it's very good to padang because got dung especially work with the padang. Na de chuga tingle well against our community and to know buga dung back. But taban angi no wo akira na dung na mtin ro padang na chikalo blog ben. Kayon kaga yogone ka de ka dung ni chikalo blog because no we let the ga to jinu bin biag the jeng the padang. But we know no wo padang wo ko len chegablin wo kan ya ko salam udah ya kaje re wo kana alle bug yo tiok to gono yes amad bulo fi juba taban kene wora e wan kene jol political ajede ajana to tin na political ajana to tin che communities ata baren kula agendas le padang la agenda le bay kule rai kene achi bi re ajana padang no wo jamana kene mahemi jamni ben e bug jam shilu bidil ben ke community but up to now achi gamda jan bug jam wo la ngi taban na ko jam ke kabicin har da yan bidil to ko bi lobe siyasa shan siyasa kana mu jaye kana ce ga lobe siyasa a ci lobe siyasa because ce political la jeren ci okay ka ci okay kana ci community ci wo en ci kai ga wo community ran dan lom biagde ko le ti abana ko na ci nyaati de yen kana ka karo ya da bi fadan bi gami dar bitaw ko fadan bi lo lugu ke ga awon jamna yen ci tam da ci nyaay ko yira anda ba ina black lip ina ranar black lip ranar jami'a kudu a cinya kana a ce da wani da lele ranar jami'a kana cikin ya tan ran a ce na black lip so ranar lip black men ga ranar padang black ka shilu ga padang lip black ran ci rolin bazad amma hilda sken ga da lip black da woga jama'a wo ko shilu Jieeng Padang ji tom na ci nyaay ke balang kana lip ke Padang buru jelo defend lakin mtina kana ci de loy because ni taban ci ko la lugu ba de na ci ngale bi del ci amtin they cannot succeed look mi koy look ita ba look fi Junub Sudan look tin bana ci bu tak tamay dan ene kana ting that's why they're dragging their feet bi ga kana bulo siyasa lakin ala ben ga kana ci help community coexistence duka del jama communities kaga yes apana ko bi jidel mi buka del jam ko conference buka jam tin ban e community jam but the top of the discussion should be only these two communities kaga de mishila sasen kaga de mishila de pin yene menene ci am mishila de ko ken del jam en kanen ka martin ko le bu jobale ko next topic bu jobe jam and then aja ko Daniel yurki ci ben adeg bi martin ne kane kel bi martin buglo the next discussion.
No, badin achen ke di achen ke ba Martin brother Biel Wilson.
Daniel.
Aiwa. In siapa yang mau?
Nade ko Martin kalau Martin chan bug belon.
No, in wek pengan mau. Hello.
In pingu. Ya in pingu.
Ai when in ba. Lui ai badin yan achen ke di run ba Martin kalau no chano.
Ai pingu ai bandan.
Ai ke yen lo.
Ai yen do ku break a book call, book your beben.
Okay. Kala de ko ya ngo kala de la jam jo beben ai ti che break la.
Ai look we bija ben ka dan introduction kana ayo ko di book be ko en rek. Bay gidit.
I stay tuned, let me play this. And I will who break a document and I'll upload it.
Kalanda, Anina, Mabuna Golden, Foda. Lanu Beleda, they were going to submit meeting. Anyanya 1 hour, Mishunu, Ashandi, give me the Foda. Anyanya 2 hour, Ashantabni Dola, Foda. SPLA Commission Center, Ashantabni Dola, Foda. Anina get and the sound meeting. Miten wa kine ko mamara bataw miten wa ko fina ya miten ta tarta fina kasa fina arbao miten la ta utamani kada lela wa bakara kura miten da namutu pakalamda bin kalaman kunau akamda da gut kalamda siyasida كلام ده سياسية ده في يده لكن الحاجة اللي قالنا يا جيل الشعب لتحرير السودان كانتوا ما قبلانين إنه ريان وشي هرجع كاني وناس ويا إيديم وناس غير وناس مجاعة وناس منو يرجع في وزاراتهم والضباط اللي كان مشرق نفسهم يرجعوا والجيش الأبيض ما يجي هنا نعمل شنو؟ عندنا 3 حاجات أنا بعمل واحد كل واحد فينا يشيل عصايه لو ما عندك كلاشينكوف كل واحد فينا يشيل عصايه يشيل صوت ونمشي نهزم المتمردين لانه حتى سلفا بيقول انه انتوا جيش انا لما نعمل اتفاقيه واعمل استيعاب عشان انتوا ما قادرين تهزموا المتمردين عشان كده انا بساعدكم فلازم احنا كلنا نهزم المتمردين عشان هم ما يلقوا فرصة ثانية يجي يعمل لهم لواء يعمل لهم أي حاجة. كلامنا مفهوم؟ لو هزمناهم وناس بيقولوا قال تمرد ما بهزموا منو قال الكلام ده؟ وينو LRA هسه في يوغندا هنا؟ ليه؟ جيش رب فينا يهودا ماشي قدام ما مشكلة بتاع يوغندا. كان في ثورة في بيافرا بتاع وجوكو متمردين كان يفصلوا بيافرا هزموهم المتمردين احنا بنهزمهم ولو هزمناهم الاستيعاب يكون على حسب راي بتاعنا مش حسب راي بتاعهم. ما يكون في استيعاب، ما في استيعاب. انت تجي للاين لما تغنيور وتركع تقول معلش معلش دخلني جوا، وكان ما ركع ما يدخل جوا، وكان ما عجبه قبل في غابات في حيوان اقوى من لاين في غابه.
Ajan padara kulukum bidalmat. Ajan jat jat. Ajan padara kulukum bidalmat. Kari ula magadam. Kati jani magadam. Sarta madafa. Abaku madapat. Ya kati ula.
إذا يرفع سلاح الحكومة ومتبرد ولازم يحاسبوه. ثلاثة حاجات نعمله كده بنقفل باب بتاع التمرد ده، باب بتاعنا نقفله للأبد. كلامنا مفهوم؟ كلام تاني لنفرض أننا قبلنا كلام بتاع الحكومة وقبلنا الاتفاقية وريق وجه جه قال واني قوم فوق
Belo look.
Anh chào ai?
I
ها؟ ده كلام كويس هسه؟ ده حاجة من السلام كان قبلنا وقلنا خلاص ده قبل الاتفاقية وريا ما شاريجي ويقول واني قوم فوق ارجع ورا. وانتوا سمعتوا كلام بتاع الناس الاستوائية. الاستوائية قال لا أنا ما قبلانين باتفاقية ده. اتفاقية يخلي وانيقة يرجع ورا ما في. ده كلام بتاع الناس الاستوائية.
Ai kai yok waktu video chắc ping video de kan an video lo kan ngai itu ke document ni balo highlight a little bit bi nyindit balo zoom in pia dia Daniel
ai quá tia dài
ko ja baja lo a little bit na ce ga ko ji ga la da ta 50 e kan ja lo in the deals en ke ko bok jam ti ni kan
what in the title kan acha we de ga ro do chaloi garang chaloi okay pa yen ai we ka je we dai wa de yen ke ko buok jam en kan border kai ko ka big jam ba de we pingan mu
ai in pingu
ai pa yen am jam et de cover kan an chi bi tin deep to the book taban nano your book wo jam da de ne chapters ba de ra yen Jieeng da ne we dai ben aba le tong Jieeng da ne we dai kan parliament chief ton wai the of district so bad the kai checking in 1928 to 2009 which is mean a couple of years back work law bordering taban bungken we kai dai ten bungken ai loi print pi Juba I think in 2000 come 2016 yen bungken ai loi print Juba fa yen atau fane Juba we kai to Juba ko chuk goi che daman yen chi bai bi chana fa yen bungken ai jam borders of Padang Jieeng Dinka and Shuluk in the former district on there yen to en an 3 aga lim on there for an to yen to no wai yen ngi yesro dan yen chi Shuluk ke den nok daman di doan pa wo ko book jam history no na cha ko to chuk le we ban en history pa wo be pe chapter twing ka wona ke chapter bas wona introduction ku ja yin border ta okay fa yin nen border or boundaries of Padang Jieeng public and Chola in the former Afanal Provident fa yin ran ken yin ran di dan yin ngi history are de tan wai fa buka got ke detail ban fa yin ken yin introduction lo ko letter won ta chi won jam kan ai to fa wo be jam better karang letter ken min e bun ken ku na de mor ngi ke yin wo ge lo yin ni wo lo join any day mu wo lo join chan bi wo history ken read out lana ade ko je ke le bigen queen and then history ken kwa chi le big lo introduce le ko chi man propaganda ze live lo all the time pe media ken ke jam again Jieeng Padang ko ke jam again Jieeng kwa wai ke Jieeng we you know fa yen bung ken e ki ken e yen tan wa ka cha tin chak tin ke green ade ken gray ko ja green for a boundaries for the Republic of South Sudan one teri in Jol Provident of the Republic of South Sudan. For we can get in paramountship Tanawai, for district Kukai Koganiki Kajaka Tanawai chok. Kajaka Tanawai nam twin, Kukayaka Tanawai choka toki book a back acting a zaman. Introduction in Bugloy, lo Bugloy up to label when be work with Loy Farmo, we kite our life. And including people who want to know the boundaries. This is the paramount chief why you already see there 1928 to 2009. Okay, you guys gotta know exactly what is the boundary between Cholo and Jieeng and Denka Padang. So this is the former paramount ship. For you guys gonna pay attention, this book is available. You need it, you can get it. It's not print from me or from anybody. It's print from the authority of the South Sudan. So this is the real history. You need to know exactly what we're talking now. We will go over the detail and the acknowledge the book.
Yeah.
And the detail that is the book. It's not gonna be the whole book, but it will be the start of the book. So you guys see the Afanal Provident before was called Afanal Provident of South Sudan, and you guys know this guy. So after this, I will hand it to the other person who come with the next chapter. This is the cover of book. It's not inside. This is the cover, but we did not go inside yet. So after this, we will go inside, and then we will see the first page of this book. What is saying about this people, or what is talking about the boundaries. So Ben Wilson and Billy Luke and Abiel and many others there. So you guys can proceed to the next page, or you guys can say something about this cover.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniel. Me jo call you 10, but you better introduce it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Billy Luke, and I would like to introduce to you the booklet written by the scholars of Jieeng Padang. This book is actually containing all the recollection of all the Padang historical narrative and account have been presented pertaining to the borders, the boundaries of Padang Dinka and the Cholo in the former Upper Nile province of the Republic of South Sudan. So what you can see here on the screen is actually the cover of the book is actually featuring our late paramount chief Thonawai Awin of Sobat district. He was born in 1928, and then he was actually killed in 2009 by the conspiracy of Dr. Lemakol and Gerald Johnson. Actually, this is one of the most resourceful senior elder and paramount chief of Jieeng Padang. He actually helped in providing all the oral narrative, all the oral historical narrative and account to the Jieeng Padang scholars. And then Jieeng Padang scholars came together to compile this historical narrative of Jieeng Padang by putting it together in this booklet. So this is the booklet, and it is available. I don't know whether they have actually published it on the Amazon, so that anyone who is actually in need of the book can go and order it there. Or if you would want to order the book for your own studies, then you can actually contact Banya Biel. Biel Kon is the president of Jieeng Padang in Canada. he's actually having he have a possession of this book in hand. So anybody who would want to know this book and you want to own it, you can actually order it from BL, BL Kon, and not all 10, but then Kin Jaben. So we are actually showing you the cover of the booklet. It is the cover of the booklet, and it was actually dropped by the scholars of Jieeng Padang. All the oral narrative have been collected from senior elders from Paramountship, including our late Paramountship Thornway. As you can see, his face on the book. This book was actually honoring him. It was dedicated in his name as one of the senior elders that contribute to the historical narrative of Jieeng Padang. So this is basically what it is about. We just want to show you who is actually late Paramount Chief Thornway. And why was he assassinated with his family? That actually demonstrates to us that Padang is the historical narrative, and they have the right to the ownership of the land claimed by the Chiluk Kingdom. So the reason why the politician of Chiluk assassinated him and his family is the fact that they were actually fearing this guy. And that's why you see Chiluk community is not interested in resolving this territorial dispute through legal litigation or through legal proceeding. But only Chiluk is actually interested in resolving this issue of the land through political settlement, which is the reason why they were politically motivated to kill Chief Thornway, because this is the most informed paramount chief of Jieeng Padang. And in this content, you are going to see the preliminary introduction. So let's go to the third page. Let me actually expand it. Let me zoom it out so you can see it properly. Give me a minute.
Expanded.
So I don't know, but we'll minimize a little bit.
Loy page ban loy maximize and then page ban the whole screen yan.
Key screen loy covered man.
Not outside. They to do yen again the loy cover like in that work then take a side.
No.
Okay, then.
No, at all middle.
At all middle man. I can't loy expand while
I could not actually zoom out. Karang ay event yok tan an ci karang le nyal. Waga aro agati.
No, I think the way looking in a different way with the line and you get Louis log in a karang drop back. I think
karang ay Louis ak fan ret when ne tagging tin loy minimize ma screen telephone. Karang I mean the computer. Okay, karang ay Louis disappear chatting why.
Away man screen in the look. Look.
I cannot go to the next page in a Michela.
Kalad couple lo yung ting to but like share screen got out to 10 actually share arrow. Bill look.
Chakating man, Chiralu and light. Yeah, one side instead of covering the whole screen.
Yeah.
I can't get up in you. I got thing in it, she did in.
Yeah, one in a mile. I can. I screen.
Then you shouldn't and pin ya, you got to win another.
I think the Lord just over your net. So what you gonna make Jieeng Padang, I got right? Jieeng Padang, Padang, Jieeng, Dinka, and Chiluk borders and boundaries, dedication. This booklet is dedicated to the selfless and courageous Padang, Jieeng, Dinka,
Ade ko ke lo karang go te.
yeah, and Kakating, Dinka heroes, which Balo, she did it do on a thing of screen.
Ade arrow to top right corner ten and tanya na be chwat chien. Ade arrow to right ten. Yen kan tanya go yen chwat chien ai. Tanya yen kan. Ko janya ko te meeting in a jamba tree.
Yes, Vajelo. Yes.
Yen arrow to yen ye make la one there yeah. The day at I jodi.
You get it, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will go ahead and read it to you. This is the introduction of the booklet. So, Padang, Jieeng, Dinka, and Chiluk borders and boundaries. Dedication. This booklet is dedicated to the selfless and courageous Padang, Jieeng, Dinka heroes and heroine who made their ultimate sacrifice and died to protect Padang, Jieeng, Dinka land from internal and external aggressors in whatever form or shape. You have not died in vain. The banner is up forever. This was the introduction of the booklet by Dr. Thon Gea Jack, chairperson of the committee of the Padang Jieeng, that actually dropped the recollection of this historical compilation. So in page number 2, when page number 3, I mean. So page number 2, page number 4, but your bayonets, backing. Because you know, you never bear loy Panama, but loy doomin. But loy doomin, I think you're changing the Kidiga. What about you?
It's okay, yeah.
I have not been thinking and die on the screen. And that in laptop.
No, Latnial.
Nka jala nyal ba jo bai fin to make sure no karanga
it's good karanga tinyi na pet aiwa
okay good at to make the people on die being meeting dik ka yogan ke badai de ka Padang Jieeng Dinka and Chiluk borders boundaries appreciation energy Dr. Energy yin na jade ko je ke chilu contribute on behalf of the committee and on my own behalf. I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency, Lieutenant General Choloson Balok, Governor of Eastern Nile, Republic of South Sudan, for commissioning a committee early this year under my chair to conduct this valuable research involving historical record during the British Egyptian colonial rule, condominium rule of the Sudan from 1899 to 1955. The research is a response to the false claim which accused Padang Jieeng Dinka community to have grabbed Naive's land. I have no doubt in my mind that the data collection, information gathering, and subsequent information assemblage and consultative forum would not have succeeded without the governor moral and financial support that he accorded throughout to the committee work from start to end. Many thanks also go to His Excellency Moyolokura Kwe, Governor of Ruweng State, Republic of South Sudan, for his firm stand to support the committee throughout the period when the committee was in high need of such support to complete the test. A special thanks also go to Padang Jieeng Dinka elders who took their precious time to sit with the committee and contribute valuable ideas, especially Dr. Joseph Nyong Abiel, General Michael Nyakol Deng Nanyang, Honorable Benjamin Mijang Dao, Honorable Joshua Dao Didu, and Honorable Kura Kolding, and who are also eyewitnesses, resource person, and participant in addressing the issue of borders and boundaries. It would be understatement to issue leaves of appreciation for this booklet, and not to mention Mr. Monjong Kong Monjok Ago, the history record record that Mr. Manjok spoke his mind. Indeed, he read the mind of Padang Jieeng Dinka in the wall and organized Padang rejection to the infamous degree issued by our charismatic leader, late Dr. John Garang, the Mabur, annexing Padang land to others. Katuya chak deal dedi jene kana ke midbale letter on ji gat chi Garang Mabur dom ku get ku look top secret ku je yin tia din ke chulu ka ke lui respond here. Defiantly, who would have dared to make such a stand before Garang Mabur? He has a question. Dr. Garang allowed his faithful drive for peace and unity among South Sudanese to be used wrongly by Dr. Lemakol Ajawin tribal sinister. Manjok helped it organize Padang to put a unified front. Together we stand. Further, he managed to give his time and effort and collected the historical map, which on presentation silenced the critic of Padang Jieeng Dinka, who have been roaming the media in Juba without informative background. Can I work by a guy Yogan K. Kranka? NK page number 4, can it? Page number 4, can I page number 5? With your baby next. Would you can be allowed me to do me to 65 and I can agree when no 65 in a piazza in enough on the screen jam yet for your mouth page number 5 you can Padang. Last but not least, many thanks also go to our lawmakers representing the two states of Eastern Nile ruling in both houses of national parliament and state legislative assemblies for their moral support to the committee to work hard and produce the long-awaited report. Again, many thanks to entire Padang Jieeng community for family standing behind the committee to give them the benefit of doubt and to put all allegations against Padang Jieeng Dinka into proper, responsive, repulsive, and corrective perspective with evidence-based basic pack as detailed in this booklet. Dr. Thon J. Ajak, chairperson of the committee. So, video bella to the next page, page number 6. Page number 6, content of the Karang. We have to show you everything. This is just a content of the booklet for your information. This is to give you a highlight content of the booklet. A channel booklet can I identify. So you got in dedication ka kun chu queen appreciation to kajwan ka lu contribute kujila table of content ka chatting kujila acronym ya abbreviation chapter 1 chapter 1 will address the historical background on the borders and boundaries. Introduction. District of Colonial Upper Nile Province 1956. South Sudan legal and constitutional linkage to the borders. Chapter 1. So maybe aja kujin ban tono ku piat bu concentrate today chane chilwel won karang abtio bata 2:30 kenelo boko bu bedera ku then the next chapter abu jobelo chapter 2 ka piat bijoba next time. Chapter 2 talk about the borders of Ngong Lwalayak, Jieeng Dinka kujela Cholo. Kam den yi chulu kujela Jieeng and Ngok ekano. Chapter 3 will address the Makal town, Makal population. Chapter 4 will address the borders and boundaries of Dongjol, Jieeng, Dinka, and Cholo Chuluk. Dongjol Kujala Chuluk tribe historical background, factors that contribute to the deterioration of the relationship between Jieeng Dongjol, and Cholo tribe. Chapter 5 will address the borders of Luach, Thoi Root, Jieeng Dinka, and Cholo. Korfluz as a sub-district, Chuluk migration to Eastern Nile. In chapter 5. Chapter 6 will address the borders and boundaries of Awan Jieeng, Dinka, and Cholo Chuluk. Introduction, the Pawin people, historical demography, migration and settlement. Introduction, migration of Pawin to East Bank of the Nile River. Pawin Atar, Pawin and Atar. Economic life of Pawin, governance and important institution. And coming of Chiluk to East. Yogan ke last chapter, chapter 6. Back there, they all the Padang ke represent in this booklet. Achanin the only group ke Padang ke lu address ke specifically the border dispute. Ke Padang ke the border I ke pin luel man chiluk. When chiluk pin then claim ke present in this booklet. So the rest of Padang ke mentioned because they had nothing to do with the because they quite won't get your chiluk ke the border will chicken jamti.
Aku ruweng atau chapter karang kaman dudu ruweng ke kecil atau chapter 7.
Oh, ke chapter 7 akiji mi karang ayog Daniel akaji dia tahu chapter 7 aliyo.
Chapter 7 jam border or boundary of
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
Panaru Jieeng Denga and Cholo Chiluk. So these are the last chapter.
I think Mikela over there Daman be Daniel then can to the next one. Chano karang book 230. Oh, okay, karang ataw sorry. Karang baden ne loya lie, sorry. I think kichi Daniel one. En ka kana. Introduction, a continuation of chapter 6. Introduction, regional and ethnic politics of 1970s to earlier 1980s. The battle of land dispute with the Chiluk in the eastern bank of the River Nile. Introduction, regional and state government letters. Letter from Atar Ship Court. Alleged invasion of land and collection of illegal taxes. Conclusion, community position. Jieeng Atar kan. Nale Ben chapter 7 katao boundaries of Anaru Jieeng Dinka and Cholo. Conclusive summary with references. So kayo ke contain of the booklet ke nyodwe obujola to the neck kan. Kene ka acronym kana. Acronym ka abbreviation ke use o achani na la buga queen ki be confusion ke mana de. All of you are aware of this. Mana da acronym mean abbreviation. So so acronym, another word for abbreviation. So now you can get a PJ, then mean PJ mean Padang Jieeng. SPLM, you all know what is SPLM? Sudan People Liberation Movement. SPLA, People Liberation Army. NCP, National Congress Party. UNS, Afanal State. UNP, Afanal Province. JP, Jonglei Province. CPA, Comprehensive Peace Agreement. CW, Civil War. Jalasap, Sudan Army Forces. GOS, Government of Sudan. C Dutch in
kadang bila look jaka ko abig dam na nya abbreviation ka chig lebih ga wari ka.
Okay, yeah na.
Ya ko jiten. Kubra Loy, thank you for representation. Bila look and our expertise ITs, you really did a great job, you and Daniel. It is good, Kichak loyal on Diragok. Achiran Chinamro community, Jitana. Ranabana the Namro and a low. Both of you, low Kajurit. We got Padang Dandai, Kujia, Jieeng Dai, Kiyo, Damandanyai, Mareru Woman, Nina Machine, almost 3 hours almost. Non bikir bay bi ba jaay way wala bi ba jam gop ko ka taw tin eran ca domrat katen wu ko western wu kinim zaman khalis daman da yaay yum sibit ina yin long ina le bin la chat de ngi lo way su yene le bina let kula wap yene le bin kok loy kawan loy rut pandu lakin kaga bana yuke pol ku bu bena considerate kan laina le te de wo wodi ja koy ko ga madai ko ga dai dan ki dal wel yen kranga ci biya nyonam ko pal abiela taw oran baliet abiela de lo fi chapter 2 could be read out because man won ci dile lugal wel ku ci man taw en bugit. It's not all 12 sections of Jieeng Padang who have border with Shilluk. I think maybe 5 or 6 of them, which is Pawing, Kutoy, Kurut, Kulwaj, Wangwaliak, Dongjol, and then Panaru. So about 7 of them, these are the very people wrote here in book, and these are a very place that Shilluk tried to claim them. But they went down into books and they write detail by detail, section by section. Ayana kan ayana nyar abial ko binam deg daman gable bi daman da tokla in delatin kere ngol wal yakene wada le bakwin ben bi ke ku yidi ali bakwin ke krang den ke ngol wal yak relationship den like in title here for chapter 2:1 e jam Jieeng Padang Jieeng ku jadenga or Shilluk boundaries. So in kene yam ko ten ku
I thought daman ay togo wena chelo bu ko ko jun 230 bi rod be ko en ban okay to for then bi alang introduction man jogen nyu no mete tine ku the first chapter en nyu ku nam ku kai ku bu jo be continue next time e chan bu le ko ti man wano kike chala nyin ban Wilton ku le lo ge jam fa ko ku tariek in ki chu jo le to gadi ku ye de ga ko kike copy wan ga ke to yo ka ke ma em tu chan ko ken ji go de ye a kike betray that ya yen
Billy look
ate bu yak tan kon kwen bi
you
bu
can
to le no bungan
understand chapter by chapter. Yeah, Ubulaten, and the Kabalil that. So introduction to chapter 1, human historical background, when into Queen Libu Queen, and then Nalebenge 1.2, Libajoba Bantinatan, Ubajoban Bedamtok. Because what we need to understand first of all, book one lekach, it is the inhabited. That this book actually was mostly a great upper Nile Ben and Chikon Loiwan. Administrative free a great upper Nile Ben. When you one great upper Nile, how was it administrated? Can you more jump in by them? Okay, there's a reference. The one is a research. Chairman a boy, a convent upper Nile, can a young Ben mean 12 to 16 AD. That was a long time ago. And go Ben upper Nile. So the research was done basically to prove, Jieeng, why do we say that in Kenda, Jieeng Padang, Jake Shuluk, East, Kuja West, and then Kuja Dara, the English one there, can attack when one can alubolo step by step until we come to conclusion. Book Jong, Tabaram Takabiaki, Lowa Jam Takabi, the bit question we will answer. About the explanation with your lawyer. So I will book chapter by chapter and until Bogla at William Koku, and you can read the law and it's good that you outline into this PowerPoint. Anyone that can access it, and then they can look in it and see why are we talking about the historical boundary between Jieeng Padang and Shilluk. And I think like that. So you can go ahead and read chapter 1. The Tibuk Tubutol and Buktol, Lebuktul, and it's basically a core Takayan Kum, Walai Tapan Alban, Kakabokan North, and then Bujolo community Taban Manakin Bok. What is the migration of Shilluk to eastern bank of the Nile? Jaban Bikip Taban, Bikip bin Ben along the Jieeng Padang Tinim and Ngok, with that Jakachim and Kaiki PG, Jain Dongjol. These are the 3 communities. The what you got in by detail Taban and Akon Ben with Bokif. Kum that back to 1953. This is something that we need to tell them. They don't know this history. They just know they were born in the 80s or 70s. I don't know where did they come from. So we need to show them historical background. How did they move to eastern bank of the Nile? yo gana ka ba matin ga kan na bi look wala bi queen chapter 1 and 10 and then book yola chapter 2 book yoba yo ban ma maybe next time wala ba den fi misa achin mishila we can get another 2 hours book yola ata ma book ko book dil nyut ka
yin aya lwela we bi chapter 1 about queen ala bu queen ko to krang book wala bu queen krang yani chapter 1 like 4 pages wo de ko je krang page 4 lo mumkin wala page 5 acan page 5 okay yeah up to page 5 kagal bu ko queen ko je kon krang chapter 1 ile lugin to wo
wo piang ai
aja ku chapter 1 ci wona
Daniel ran tu ya ler ko kede loy block an ran to ko cha block ne ran ni chol galwa gai chol cha loy block e ko chol idiot this kind of language you could book low entertain all right so ko ko nyu the nu bran ko loy block like I don't know why anchin possibility baran ba ko ke block why
kon aja wa na de ran woni cho lu to kana ko bu block ai ko cha ti Daniel
ai woni cholo ko ngene jak loy block because ye na chen ko chen ko follow like chen go respect ani na chi respect quality di loy block I chen ko chen taw cho dai anyway like we thought ni ra
nga kan
o kwanyu
woni cholo ko ngene ko to
o kwayo to en alwele ne le idiot
no ra no ne le idiot ko loy block
it is respectful to the community ne na chira na ko riyo
acha block woni ran ko galwa gai chuo acha loy block lakini acha temba woni bating to ko de chiro de nyuo
woni nga kan
ba to
Daniel
o konyo to won loy block
ani cho lu kon kana yen lui ba sa kin ko don ko bang ni yin ba sin konyu to nyaay chani ne bare to tiong lok la sa ko de wo cho la man tin ko ku chani ne chiran chela ba yen wo chi nim da man yin ko ba nyaay
en kai be lat pinyi te ne je loy block for good
ala ka ti ngur ka lat
no about thing to I will take care of that
ba
yen tawan bla twin
yin chapter 1 up to 5 ko ba queen ber clear kan kan ba gam
kalat ke yen document kana ba Poland ji bi jam tin ne kre top secret on ji gran bio god ai chan be jam kana
no ji jam ba ben ba ben kan kala taw kan ji tan yin bat lo chapter 1 queen ban up to
okay take ba chapter 1 kre copyright kana chin need book queen so we have to skip it I'm going there again. Just bear with me. Okay, but I have chapter 1. Let me zoom it in. I can't see what I got wrong for your information.
They can connecting book a backup and then physical book.
Now I a chat clear much. Keep there. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually chapter 1. Chapter 1, this is the beginning of the booklet, and we have to read it out. So, as I'm reading it, you can read along with me for your own information. So, chapter 1, historical background on the borders and boundaries. Introduction. Inhabitant tribe of colonial Upper Nile province in South Sudan are historically and geographically known. This tribe have remained and largely identified in this sequence as Dinka, Nuer, Chiluk, Anuak, Murule, Kashipo, Burun, Maban and Koma, Wuduk, Berta, Jumjum, and Barun. And these Nilotic tribes share much of their culture and tradition in areas of economic activities such as farming, cattle herding, and fishing and micro-scale business, among others. As human and animal growth expanded with time, each and every community exerted effort for survival in search for resources. This reality came with the challenges of competition that caused anxiety and constant tribal tension and conflict that were largely settled by tribal leaders. The Padang Jieeng, throughout the history, inhabited eastern bank of the Nile as early as 12th to 16th century AD, after the death of Christ. That's what it means. AD means after the death of Christ. They occupied throughout the history the colonial Upper Nile province from Joda, Wuntau in the north, up to Pagak in the south. Fanjak in the south, along the eastern bank of the Nile River, and extended eastward along the Soba River. See map number 1, figure 16.1. Nubia from the late 12th century until the Pun conquest at the beginning of the 16th century. So we are requested to make a reference to that map number. I don't know if they have it on the booklet. We have some map out there. Yeah. So PM Hall in his book titled A Modern History of the Sudan, from the Pun Sultanate to the present day, London, 1963, page 5 and 6 wrote. 3,000 tribes will appear fairly frequently in the following pages. Chiluk now occupy a comparatively small area on the western bank of the Nile, but formerly their range was much more extensive. As late as the mid-19th century, their northern limit was the island of Aba, 30 years later to be the cradle of the Mahdiya. Until the early years of the Turco-Egyptian regime, they raided the Arab settlement down the Nile, and one such raid is said to have led to the foundation of the Pun kingdom by a band of Shilluk warriors. Until the coming of firearms and steamers, they were able to... Okay, let me go to the next page. They were able to... they were able to...
they were able to meet northern neighbors.
Yes. Now, they were able to... Let me bring the page down. They were able to meet their northern neighbors on equal terms. The Dinka occupy a much more extensive territory than the present-day Shilluk, but lack their unity. They are a group of tribes, some of which dwell on the eastern bank of the Nile. Others, the majority, in the grassy plot plain of the Bargadal, where they hate their cattle. Andes Braidlit, Abelino, Adroga, Said, and Astrid Christine Braidlit in their book title A Concise History of South Sudan.
These are the reference
edition to 2014. Can you write of the book?
Yeah, these are the writers.
Yeah. Well, can I get it 2014? On in page 69 and 70 wrote as follows. Settlement of the Shilluk. Can you quotation here from the book? So the Shilluk settled along the west bank of the Nile River between Lake No and latitude 12 north in the south of the Sudan, just north of the point where it becomes the Nile. With the easy access to good land along the Nile, they depend much more on cultivation and fishing than the Dinka and Nuer had pure cattle. Than the Dinka and the Nuer and had pure cattle. That means Chiluk have a pure cattle. Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Haj Musa, 583. Ngan you telephone?
No, what on you computer they just decline. Go ahead.
Okay, in page 583 of his book, The Democratic Experiment and Development of the Governance System in Sudan, published by Dar al-Jil, Beirut, Dar al Mamun, Khartoum 1970 road has followed. Dinka tribe. The individual of this tribe are distributed between the two provinces of Bargadal and Upper Nile. The Dinka group of Bargadal is the largest one, and each individual live in the central Bargadal, in the central Bar al Jebel and Afar Bar al Gadal. There is Bar al Jebel and Afar Bar al Gadal. The group of Dinka of Upper Nile province live on the eastern bank of Upper Nile, of Upper White Nile. Chiluk tribe live on the western bank of Upper White Nile. That is northern Upper Nile province. Although the population of this tribe does not exceed 100,000, however, they are characterized by being independent tribe and not divided into small tribes. Padang, Jieeng, and Chiluk tribe have had long-standing relations, characterized by intermarriage that cannot be denied by the current political establishment. Such a peaceful coexistence was translated into various social and economic functions that have helped it. Let me go to the next page.
Two community. Yeah, go to next.
Okay, let me zoom it in. That have helped it. Let me pull it down a little bit. That have helped two communities over the centuries. It is observable that the two tribes have had intermarriage at a massive scale that unlikely is found elsewhere in South Sudan. They have a shared common cultural heritage, evidently seen in the use of nouns such as names. They had free movement mostly from the west to the east bank of the Waina River, which is inhabited by Padang, Jieeng, Dinka, from Reng to Panjak. So a goal from Panjak to Reng, Jieeng Padang along the Waina on the eastern bank. So the conflict in Sudan ranging from invasion by foreign invaders, Turk and Egyptian and British, as well as the conflict in the independent Sudan, had negative impact on the population movement and settlement, particularly within the conflict ravaged present-day South Sudan. The Chiluk movement across the river was prompted by several factors. Inter alia include the in-law and the cousin migration, trade and farming, internal clan conflict among the Chiluk that displaced clan and families, kingdom fugitive that run to East Bank for protection, and the monarchy transition system in which kings fight each other in a struggle for power. So, factors which actually led to Chuluk to flood from the western bank to the eastern bank, Tau Jieeng Padang.
Yeah.
So these are but few among many other that are main reason that contribute to Chuluk migrating to the east bank of the Nile River, which have brought this consequential relation. Another factor is the establishment of commercial town along eastern bank of the Nile River, which has actually encouraged Chiluk massive migration to urban cities, particularly with the growing of Makal, Reng, and Maluth town along the eastern bank of the Nile, including Ata Kaman. And here Ata Ben Amata, Chen Ben Am Medina Dangundit, Ken Kakadangwan Chiga Ben Ben Ata. District of the Colonial Upper Nile Province, 1956. The former Upper Nile provinces was structured administratively into 9 districts and remained so until the independence of Sudan on 1/1/1956. Since then, no border has been altered or changed. The 9 districts were as follows. Number 1 is the Panjak district inhabited by Nuer and Jieeng. Number 2 is the Bo district inhabited by Jieeng Dinka. Sobat district, Makal, inhabited by Ngok and Dongjol Jieeng. That is Sobat district, right? In the Makal.
In a Makal, yes. Makal was the headquarter.
Yes.
Sobat.
Headquarter, yeah. So Nasser district is inhabited by Nuer only. Akobo district inhabited by Nuer and Anyuak. Kodok district inhabited by Chiluk. Kodok. Kujelareng district inhabited by Jieeng Dinka and Burun. So that means Maban were under the district with Reng district. Yeah. I don't know why. All the Dinka Hafana can even Kukarang Tano Kogli Utin, I mean. And mean for
I am proven there. Ekatera proven in 1956.
Okay. Unity State was not part of it. I can get all up and all of them. Rest of the Dinka.
No, I told next page, Mala, Latita, and
Oh, next page. Okay, sorry. So let's go to the next page. Sorry. Louis loading.
Okay, I never quaint Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah. Page 4.
Page number 8. Yeah, page number 8, page 4. Yeah, page number 8. I mean, number 8, Bo district inhabited by Murle and Anyuak. Bantu district in a western Nuer, inhabited by Nuer and Jieeng. Yeah, which mean Ruang Poland. Bantu district. So Darman. Okay, the district boundaries were demarcated from 1921 to 1928. Any key boundaries ke district ke Louis ke any key ke ben came to. So the Sobat Makal district commissioners who administered the district from Makal district office from the colonial and post-independent period. After the independent in a manner, the post-independent period are number 1, Mr. Donald. Donald ke my district Sobat district. Donald mo Kawaja, right?
Kawaja.
And then Mr. Drive. Yeah. And you want him in Dinka. Nichichol drama. I don't know. Okay. Okay, now 3 Mr. Agre Jaden.
Ed driver in an angle.
Yeah.
Thorin get a quick cake, but then it's your yigning name, Jim. And you want him. Okay, and then number 3, so bad district and Mike Agre Jaden. Ran get a chemo on door one.
Yeah.
Okay, number 4, okay, Ranichol Mukhtar Al Tayyib. You got Ranichol and it's so bad district.
I think Bell one chicken Ben created the Gichol Milkia, Awadam and Milkia. A chicken bill as that, Kawan, Gichol wedlock children one, come Mudun. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, number 5, actually, Yenaran and Chen Mike Karam. Mr. Karam, Mohammed Karam.
Mohammed Karam. Appear and Kana. I want get Bungana, they were consulted. Appear and Kana.
Okay. All the sheep of Jieeng, Ngok, and Dongjol were appointed in the Sobat district headquarters in Malakal, and some of the appointed chiefs are number 1, Chief Riag Deng Mayang, Ngok appointed in 1938. Huh?
Chief Riag Deng Mayang.
Oh, Mayang, okay. Quite good. So, Kujala number 2B, Chief Denga Walk Ngok appointed in 1938. Come on, I think maybe after acquiring Mochi and Gokwan within the same year. Chief Denga Walk running the Ngok and it's a Kwan year. Chief number 3, when I see Chief Abiel Makareding, Ngok appointed in 1942. Chief Nyong Ayul Dongjol appointed in 1942. Chief Tonawaya Jawin, when in Chi Tao book out in Dongjol appointed in 1948. You know, Very long time, right? Until recently. Okay, Chief Thonador Dongjal Jabe appointed in 1948 too. So see attached map number 2, title Southern Sudan, November 1954, indicating all colonial districts during the British administration in the Sudan. To make a reference, that map at all. Now, Luyan Google. The geographical seats were distributed among the noted 9 districts of the Greater Upper Nile province, as in the first parliamentary election in Sudan in 1953. Each district was represented in parliament by 1 seat. Non-Jieeng Dinkas who are or were staying in Malakal town municipalities had the right to contest and vote like any other Sudanese anywhere in Sudan in any election because they were considered to be citizens of Sobat district since they were living in the land of that district, predominantly Jieeng Dinka land. The geographical seat for Sobat district was contested from colonial time up to the fourth independent period as follows. So 1953 election contestants were Mr. Lualakwe Dinka, Mr. Abdel Nebi, contest in 1953 in Makal, in Sobat district. Okay, in 1958 election, contestants were Mr. James Dwaljang Dinka, Mr. Ali Kachip, Makal town resident. Okay, ko jike che ba ni konte ko kenen nyu odnu pin gine ke pin de jiem a ko ci konte ke ro ke ye jiem ke ye te ko ci jël
when abuga ja common one by one from 1953 to 9 yinga ci kon ma abuga ja mi common.
Okay, 1965 election contestant were Dr. Andrew Yeuriak Dinka 19 ke lui compete ke gran chol Ali Kachip. 1968 election contestant were Dr. Andrew Yeo again with Mr. Osman Awad. 1974 election contestant were Dr. Joseph Nyong Abiel Dinka again is Joshua Okwachi Nyilek from Chiluk. 1978 election contestant were Dr. Joseph Nyong Abiel with Isaac Chol Coach, all of them Dinka. Kujala Mr. Bull Kalman, era and Chiluk. 1980 election contestant were Dr. Andrew Yeo Riak, Kujala Mr. Isaac Chol Coach, Dr. Joseph Nyong Abiel, Kujala Mr. Aliwaye Dal Faraj Makal, Mr. Joshua Okwachi Nyilek. 1986 election contestant were Dr. James Sujariel, James Kon Mamor, Old Dinka, Daniel Cod Matthew, and Mr. James Ogil, and Mr. Adiang Nyajwok, and Mr. Abdel Rahman Bey. As stated in earlier remark, borders between Chiluk and Jieeng are clearly known to be in the middle of the River Nile. Chiluk on the west bank of the River Nile and Padang Jieeng on the east bank of the River Nile. Current notion expressed by Chiluk intellectuals are baseless attempt to carve out Dinka land. Chiluk unfounded claim of occupancy of both banks of the River Nile from 17th century are just a recent invention by Chiluk intellectual in the person of Lema Kola Jawin in particular. Genesis of these baseless claims came after the Chiluk intellectual saw an increment of Chiluk population on the east bank of the River Nile among the Padang Jieeng, encouraged by factors already observed. Coupled with the Dinka kindness, Chiluk quest for east bank became even more persistent when Makal established itself as a commercial city in Afanal province during the war. In page number 5, you can page
there are number 6, number 7, number 8. So why you
in bear pay chapter 1, we could book all when care job.
Aye.
Okay, I think a page and Japan that page man.
I don't care page kera. I don't care page kero la map queen. So you can go ahead page kero.
Okay, can you roll up quickly? I work your there comment.
Ben ja ko cigarette letter but I John Garangan.
Okay, yeah. Okay, a massive number of Chiluk descendants migrated thereafter. Dispute between Chiluk and Padang Jieeng started to become an issue for debate. Chiluk politicians who envisioned political opportunity outside Chiluk Kingdom control area became more aggressive in pursuit of this political opportunity. Starting with those that served in the government of former Afanal state then, and subsequently advanced by those within the SPLM, SPLA, as well as Chiluk Chiluk elite in the person of Lema Kol Ajawin have instigated and championed this conflict. The Chiluk members within SPLM, within SPLA, with a few officers and without accountable soldiers, managed deceitfully to persuade the late Dr. John Garang Mabur into issuing a message to all SPLM units on October 3rd, 2004. The message addressed the unity and the merging of the SPLA united into the SPLA, and that the following 4 counties in the Afana region are hereby this order approved as the counties with the effect from 16 October 2004. The message named the counties as Panyikang, Makal, Pachoda, and Manyo. The merger, annexation of Makal and Anagdia to Chuluk on the west bank of the river Nile fuel anger and further suspicion between 2 communities. Chuluk intellectuals are using this order as basis for their ownership of Makal. Okay, Chuluk see a target letter of late Dr. John Garang Mabur titled Secret. They talk as if Makal, Malakal, and Anagdia were for the first time discovered in 2004. Why do Chiluk intellectually rely on and have to wait for Dr. Garang message in the bush of Makal and Anagdia annexation to them as the basis of owning the town and village if this city and village or land originally belong to them? Let the Sholo tribal leaders in the person of Lem Akol remember this wise statement. The truth may hurt for a little while, but lie hurt forever. See map number 3, sketchy, showing relative position of the Mr. Sefol and the Kosefol available in Sudan note and record. Dr. John Garang Mabur in famous letter, order number 3, annexing Ngog land, Lualayak land of Makal and Anagdia to Chuluk area on the eastern bank of the Nile. So the last page in Japan next, right? I think we don't need book map book way.
Map Queen, just go to next page. And after next page, be a map kero the bella letter but I John Garang. Go ahead.
Okay, back a lawyer about very quickly. So River was vigorously challenged by Ngongolwalaya community with the support of entire Padang community throughout the following petition. Petition dated 1 November 2004 by community members in the SPLM, SPLA controlled area and diaspora, addressed to Chairman and Commander-in-Chief, Commander Dr. John Garang Mabur, first Chairman of the SPLM and Chief of General Staff, Commander Salfakir Mayadit, second Deputy Chairman of the SPLM, Commander Dr. Riek Machar Teng, third Deputy Chairman of the SPLM, Commander James Wani Iga, the SPLM Regional Secretary, Afana Region, Commander John Kong Nguyen, Commander Lema Kola Jawin, all members of the SPLM Leadership Council, SPLM Commissioner for Legal and Constitutional Affairs Justice Michael McQueen Luer, SPLM Chief Justice Ambrose Rinzi, SPLM County Secretaries of Rang Malut, Korfluda Ruwing. The key heading of this petition read, "No compromise over land ownership, and no leader has right to buy political loyalty with others' land whatsoever." The main subject of the petition also reads, "There is nothing called Makal County for Chiluk. Historically, Chiluk as a tribe do not pay taxes to Malakal town, which is the headquarters of Sobet district of January 1st, 1956, but Jieeng, Dinka, Ngok, and Dongchol are the taxpayers to the Sobat district. Chiluk residing in the municipal town of Malakal or any of Padang Jieeng land in the eastern bank of the Nile River continue to pay their taxes to the Kodok district of January 1st, 1956 on the western bank of the Nile River. So the big question is, how do you claim a land to which you don't pay taxes? A petition dated 10 January 2005 from Jieeng Padang elders based in Malakal was also addressed to the chairman and commander-in-chief SPLM, Dr. John Garang Mabiyo, first chairman of the SPLM commander, Salva Kiir Mayardit, second vice chairman of the SPLM, Commander Dr. Riek Machar Teng, third vice chairman of the SPLM, Commander James Wani, the governor of Afanal region, Commander John Kong Nguyen. Petition date 21st February 2005 from Jieeng community based in Khartoum was also addressed to the same SPLA leaders mentioned in B above. The above mentioned petition are and will be available to readers who may be in need to get the content of this historical document and to understand in depth the full allegation or whatever. Let me see the next page. Let me load the page first. Bear with me.
The full claims.
Okay, yes. The full claim put forward by Chiluk in the person of Dr. Lem, Akola Jawin, and the like for so many years. The conspiracy series about the Chiluk ownership of the East Bank of the Nile River, it started way back from 1992, 1995, during the administration of governors Galwak Deng Garang and Musa Mekhur, respectively, and by extension, Lem Akol Ajawin brought along those full claims from Khartoum to Dr. John Garang Mabiyo in 2004 when he reported back to the SPLA after the failed peace from within initiative in Khartoum, which he spearheaded alongside Riek Machar Teng. An important note is that Lem Akol Ajawin and his SPLA united from 1991 to the signing of Khartoum Peace Agreement in 1997, and throughout the conflict from 1983 to 2005, and never controlled and administered the areas of Malakal, Kodok, Manyo, and Panyakang. These areas are under the control and administration of the government of Sudan as Maliat localities. Ironically, Lem Akol Ajawin abandoned his SPLA united shortly after signing the peace from within in 1997, joined the National Congress Party, becoming the Minister for Transport, and later defected to form the Justice and Equality Party with Mr. Meki Ali Balel of Nuba Mountain. So Lem Akol Ajawin had neither party nor armed movement when he rejoined the SPLA in 2004. The SPLA united in Dr. Garang message was only an ink on papers, and the mention above was a face-serving formula to accommodate Lem Akol Ajawin for the sake of South Sudanese unity and peace. South Sudan legal and constitutional linkage to the borders. The comprehensive peace agreement signed on January 9, 2005 between the Sudan government and the Sudan People Liberation Movement and army maintained the boundaries between the northern and southern Sudan within the Southern Sudan Administrative Unit as of January 1st, 1956. This is the foundation of the constitutional making in the CPA era, as evident in the constitution of the former Afanal state of 2006 article to the independence of South Sudan on July 9, 2011. Based on the CPA stipulation, Dr. John Garang Mabur, Chairman and Commander-in-Chief, issued the cancellation order on 16 July 2005 of the SPLA administrative structure in the liberated areas, including Lem Akol Ajawin, so-called Cholo counties, prior to his death, and adopted the 10-state structure. Then we go to the next page.
Yeah, jump to map page, and then you will see the secret letter, whatever.
Oh, well, I don't know. Jump kala dan jiben to chapter 2, man.
No.
What is page 1?
Did you see the secret letter?
No.
Actually, jump.
Okay, let me take it back. Let me see.
I can get page number that into the map.
Ma Michael map
Okay,
when a map ben a ken number tower, which is a mistake, and I know I page let them be that number. Lakini I think map la Paul chen numbers kulo even with a low mistake low make already.
Yeah, page 8 in a chokoja for your information. Okay, call you page 8 ku
I yellow page it up in letter button. Move it up a little bit. See Daniel level copy and 10.
A letter one day is
no, yeah, a kid Daniel, you are a kid Del Tao, Chanakane.
Atau thin achi tahu book itu ni laki atau the different now which baloi upload.
No, yeah, anyway, ma in ka kun ji nyo di in ka kun ja kon nyo ba cha lo skip nte. A ye na chin ko book ba kwa ni anyway kan ya clear. O bu jo la tin lo kwa analysis ga yo ka enough ya. Letter to ya yo ro nyo don.
Clear
page na makam wona. La ba dok chen. The car bag and thing top secret letter can.
I can make a lot and I got book when got the Canada call you will to when the board one but take a yin. You will can make up one to one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And an reason why I didn't copy one. I can be bent more. So Chicago fade number according to the order on Choga Catalog compile.
8, yeah, the better be 11 8.
Atau 9.
9.
Okay, okay, number 9. Yeah, I just skip Martin and kick it ban. Okay, and get he can la one, get signature. Then she can be on time, Chokana.
La, there is the dark before signature. The body.
No, and then yet, I will look at Badaya and page 1, he can page 2 in a cheat tower can Chokana.
Page 2 in a signature, yeah.
Yeah, and I will lie. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a copy of the top secret, which was the deal made between late John Graham Review in favoring the Chilu community by awarding them the Makal the county. And this was the secret done between late Dr. John Graham Review and the Chilu politician led by Dr. Lem Akol. So this was actually a secret agreement between. And this was the letter dropped by late Dr. John Graham Review. It was written to John Kong Nguyen, because John Kong Nguyen by then was the Upper Nile state representative or something. He was the appointee, yeah. He was going to be the governor of Upper Nile state. And then it was addressed to Lem Akol Ajawin and all the units in Upper Nile state. So approval of counties in Upper Nile region by the order of the commander of the chairman, commander-in-chief, SPLA, order number 3, 2004, following unity and merging of the SPLM, SPLA united into the SPLM, SPLA, the following 4 counties in Afana regions are hereby by this order approved as the counties with effect from 16 October 2004, and they are as follows. Panyakang'o County, composed of the chieftaincies or modis of Tunja, Panyakang'o, Pakang, and Panyidwai, Anagdiar, and Dotim. Dotim, I don't know how they pronounce it.
Yeah, Dotip, yeah.
And then B, Markal County, composed of the chieftaincy Omodi of Markal Town, and the 2 chieftaincies of Lele and Ogot. And then Pachuda County, composed of the chieftaincy of the Wichirwek, Kodok, Dawok, Adij Wow.
Did Warnam.
Yeah, none, okay. Manyo County, composed of the chieftaincy of the Mwamo and Manyo, including Kaka and Wadakona. Appointment of county secretary. By this same order number this, the chairman and commander-in-chief make the following appointment of the SPLM county secretaries for the above counties as follows. Comrade Charles Cholior is by this order appointed as the county's secretary for Fanyikang. Then Ayuok Yor is by this order appointed SPLM county secretary for Markal County with the effect. Nidok Ochol Nidok is by this order appointed as SPLM secretary for the Pachura County. Lieutenant Colonel Ayuok Ogat Akol is by this order appointed as SPLM county secretary for Manyo County with the effect. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the evidence of the letter written by late Dr. John Garang. This letter was actually meant to politically appease Dr. Lema Akol following the merger, following the rejoining of the SPLA United.
Funding is the SPLM United to go to back.
So mana de keke miden Lema Akol fio kujala chulu community a chan being mer SPLA. So kayen you ka dan ko bu luag yutene ko Jieeng Padang in Ban Wilson ja biel ko Daniel. KK in a low secret. The fact that in a low top secret, Ninga Kiki den Kia Pan and Kakilu, one a low top secret, which he knew the kite. Can they knew or the no can illegal?
No,
political opinion. We and McCoy 10, which I can lay. Back your bed, dump to 10.
Mikalaki, Bill Look, Wipingana Manor.
I am Pungu.
Mikalaki, John Garang, Kenelu, a top secret. Lerana give me Tavana Malin Ben Villa jealous side if you look I see jealous side of John Garang. By John Garang Canelo, I can look at top secret, like go me look at top secret, like in John Garang one, I can really my chark, Lama call look at what you are welcome. South Sudan a big oil Galgaloka, John Garang Dan and Louis, I think John Louis mistaken anyway, Lanuyan, Angijino, Malakal, Nale, Gam Chuluk. Kachulo a big Louis joined PSPLA. They ma one chi and Ben and Lama call. Payen et up secret lay yen Kachuluk. But not yok next time objective Louis a chuluk Louis pool. Chuluk give me yen and I Louis pull down. I chicken I got get up secret like it is not gonna be a genuine secret. It just false secret, you know. Pa yen can a yen cabal John Garang just could be chuluk chalama call kebana chiglu na chiwo malakal, then there is no need to work SPLA by join. Kwa we John Garang na lega jal kulela ten Arab John Garang objective day ne war bit South Sudan bit out together doesn't matter. Chalui turn again is who a little bit a core any side be random. E ngukora baby by be gamen ata John Garang kweta home and makaka man ninka difficult to talk about it. Like in a cake. There will be a big challenge because even younger a day by enemy another day. Like quite cock like in a very smart man. Actually in a way be allow you while it's not there. You look at top secret anyway, like in a top secret lay ranaban. A let top secret like you look for you know book you man in a war will take a right by a guy way with much. but jongarang gise de yen inu na chi gai bu be nen bai ka ngor ke Junuba Sudan abi jo be law luil pe lekina ko bi bai to in the name of SPLA and chiu be loga Arab kwa chi lo nen jongarang ka tarir fa yen ne my understanding ka can you got ke top secret I don't even know about it. I don't have no information loy nen kwe ngolo yen kwe ngagim yen kwe ngabi yen bi ben ta buki but my understanding to ni John Grang when yen jam my point ka ken yen jam and just you know
Daniel ache intem to
mm
ache intem to ka yu ka chi leta dan chi koi ko ngong lwal ya god kene a chi condemn ke loyalty en ke o garang mabio was actually buying loyalty from the Chilu kingdom uka
yeah
yu proposal kene ke le ma ko ke gede nin gule la chani na go med SPLM wa ni
yeah
ke ko ben chi jo tanye a chan lem Dr. Rick Machar ne kon ben 2002 je le ma ko je lok ben chien kwa chan chi le ma chi yen condition gule le ye na chan ba lu join condition di kiken a wuji ma
yeah
kal blo declare ke account di ka ye chilu so go garang bi wang jinu kene ke lwet go dom guje gor ke top secret kuje yin ke a chan just a political loyalty na o bet ko kene
political
was very controversial garang bi le condemn who it was not a good thing because kai ti ke tuwe kam to kwen ke chole je kai ai we kan we go chakale jo bi jola twen ku
Okay.
yen ade ko wan ti tuwe je in ban Wilson ena ba
Mm.
lo Google ten ko ba nyuot ko na ba ja koida we la
But
ko la ka ren ka
before coroning, we will come on Benya Biel no Kawan Chico
la ke twen ya
For the listening, those who are listening, it is good, within the chapter 1 was the 8th page, but I will go with the point that I taken out from it. For existence of the Jieeng in general, or Jieeng Padang specifically, it is 12 to 16th century after AD. I know there is a nation saying that, oh, Nadenga Kamjai grieved. It is here, 12th century to 16th century, we were there. That's the one thing. Until later, 16th to 12th century, where we confront the Pun. Kene kaba konyai kubalek jinga we kidaben there, we in that territory, 12th century to 16th century. Bere jo ben yok bende, many big bear mabukrang 15 to 1600. Yen big jo ben yok for that territory. So it is a major. Ekitanyai kana, etoko kana. You come to the All Afrinal district. The district of the colonial Afrinal province, 1956. We'll look at it before, and I may repeat it for those who just come new. Listen careful. And these 9 districts, very specifically, it tell us which tribe who are in that district. So district number 1 is Pangak district, habited by the Nuer and the Jieeng, the Pangak. It was Nuer and Jieeng, those of PG and Korflus and Atar, they were under that. I'm talking about the 9 district of the whole Upper Nile province under British colonials. District number 2, Bor district, habited by the Jieeng, only Jieeng, Bor district, owned by the Dinka. You go to the number 3, which is Sobat district, capital Bitao Malakal, habited by Ngok, Dinka, and Dongjol Dinka. No Shuluk mentioned, no Nuer mentioned. So listen carefully. That is 1956. We are talking the timeline. The Malakal that are being claimed now by Chuluk, according to 1956, those who own the Sobat district are 2 sections within Padang, Ngok and Dongjol, who own Sobat district, and their capital is Malakal. That's another point. District number 4, within the 9 district of the previous district, the colonial time, is Nasir district, Eastern Nuer, habited by the Nuer only. the Nasir district. It was only Nuer. And then you come to 5, Akoba district, inhabited by Nuer and Anyuak. We know that Nuer Butakoba, Wanyuak Butakoba, specifically Nuer Butalo, this district owned by 2 tribes. Kodok district, which is the western bank, Kodok district, inhabited by what? By Shuluk. By Shuluk alone. That's what the district belonged to, Shuluk up to present day, the Kodok. We're talking about timeline of 1956 up to the present day. You go to the Rang district, inhabited by the Jieeng and Brun Maban. We know Rang district 2 is a district owned by 3 Gabel, because Maban and Brun, they were under Rang district in 1956. You guys very clear on that. Shuluk owned Kodok district, the Sobat district, capital Vitao Malakal, inhabited by Denka Ngok and Denka Dongjol, Padang section, period. There is no Shuluk mentioned there in 1956 district distribution. So let's take that point clear like that. You come to district number 8, Fijbor district or Pibor district, inhabited by who? Murle and Anyuak, which is now in present day called Buma State. Nyuak Bita Pishala, and then Murle and Jir. Number 9, Bentiu district, Western Nuer, inhabited by Nuer and Jieeng Dinka, which is Ruang people. So it's very clear within the 9 district who is who and who is where. That's it very clear. And then there is another thing I want to comment here from 1921 to 1928. The leaders of Sobat, who to be like a governors or commissioners, number 1, Dakan Kawaja, Wadisu Mudanal, Nimrait Nain, driver, Bitao, Nimra Talada, Agri, Jade, Dakan, a bigger district commission. And then, Fiwadisumu Makantar Al-Ted, I think Jama Vita Milkia Zaman al Bugulufi Milkia Vita Malakalde. And then again by Kramer, Mohammed, Demo Jalaba. Now come to the district. If you're talking about the chief who were appointed to that district, none of them were not, there is no Shuluk here. And the timeline of appointment of the chief, the old chief of the Jieeng and Dongjol were appointed in the Sobat district headquarters in Malakal, and some of appointees chief are follow. Chief number 1 is Riak Ding Mayan wala Mayan Engok, 1938. Listen carefully, ya Jama. We don't want to confuse ourselves here. People come and fight. There are evidence we can go back and back up. That's it, 1938. And then Ship Nimra Itnain Deng Awok is from Ngok, 1938. Ship Abiel appointed 1940. These are a ship that to be in a capital of Sobat district, which is Malakal. Up to 1948, there is no any Shuluk mentioned here to be ship in the Malakal, ya Jama. Let us be correct. In all these up to 1948, none of them no Shuluk. And then you come to 1953, because I am jumping here, Jama. 1953, those who contest in election. This is Mr. Lual Kwet and Mr. Abiel. That's it, 1953 is the Denga man who contests in Malakal town, president. 1958, the same James Akol and Mr. Ali Kabai. I think it's Melkia, those who were living in Malakal, but it's still Dinka. Because of time, let me see where the Shilluk came and contest to be elected. I think it was 1970 something here. Okay, 1978, the election contest by DR, Dr. Joseph Nyong Abiel and Isaac Shol Kwat. They are still Dinka. And Bull Kal Kaman, Malakal town resident. Shuluk. That's it, 19. Almost we're going to 80. That's where one of the Shuluk tried to contest to become, to be elected in Malakal, 1980s. So if you look the timeline, that these are my capture within the chapter 1. I will not go over. Maybe Abiel will do the rest. I can daman bitana mashi. We already 4 hours. But we want to tell to Jinubin, we are not joking here. But they not my tuluba wambe wanta. For those Chuluk who want to kill themselves with the thing that they are not going to belong to them when we go to court or anywhere, it is up to them. But I think I'm very clear. I will stop here because of time, and I will yield floor to Brother Abiel to comment of his main point that Chigalui captured. Go ahead.
Abiel, you are muted, please. Do we have to unmute you?
No.
No, you are muted. Go on.
Yes. I would like to say thank you, Ben Wilson, and also Bill Lug and Daniel Hewitt. And also, I want to bring attention to our viewers, the Jieeng Padang viewers, the audience, all the Jieeng Padangs, and all South Sudanese. The reason why we are talking about this historical narration is that for you to understand all this time why Jieeng Padang has been vocal about the boundaries that they have, and will focus mainly about the district of the former Upper Nile State, Great Nile State. In the book, and also if one of you can do the own research, you'll come to understand that some of those districts were actually either joined by two communities or mainly purposely by one ethnic groups. And if you look into the Upper Nile State itself, the Upper Nile State has 9 districts. The 9 districts will focus about the Kodok and Malakal. Kodok is mostly ethnic from Shilluk, which is Chola, and Malakal, which is Sobat, former Sobat. We headquarters Malakal is by 2 communities. And Pangak also has the community of Jieeng Padang as well, as it said in the book. For you to know that if you came to move or migrate, you will know where you're coming from. And based on this document that was read out, and those who will have a chance to listen to it and read it, you'll come to make your own conclusion, whether you go and do your own research or listen to our side of the story here. We want to let you know that the Jieeng Padang, which is in the Sobat district, the headquarters was Malakal by that time. And even if you go now to Malakal, you'll go and find out what building was actually the headquarters of Sobat district within Malakal town, by the river. So this is what I want you to understand. The appointment of the local chief by that time was basically appointed by the English to administer the law based on that tribe. So the Jieeng Padang, which is the 2 communities of Jieeng Padang, the Ngok and the Dongjol, were actually administrated area was Sobat district, which is the headquarters of Malakal. That show Malakal, in which we are actually trying to let you know is actually belong to these two communities, the Ngoks and the Dongjol. And you can see in the appointment of 1938, there's two ship from Ngok. 1942, there was two ship from Dongjol, and 1942 ship from Dongjol. Ship was killed in 2009. The way he was killed, because the man who was appointed was young by that time, 20 years old when he was appointed as a chief, and they know he's not the Israel very well. And after he met with the President Salva Kiir in Juba, on his way back to his village, they came to understand that this man have a critical, most proven document that can show why he is actually saying that the border between these two tribes, which is the Shilluk and the Padang, is the Nile, because he was appointed as a young man, and by that time he was a surviving chief that was left among those who were appointed before the independence of Sudan. So this is how we come to understand that. Also, the constituencies contested in Malakal. You know, if you are a son of that area, by that time you can contest the election. And for 3 years before the independence of Sudan, those who actually contested the local election in Malakal were mostly the Dinka, which is Dinka Ngok. They're contesting this election, and some of the Molokia are those who resident of Malakal town. You can come from anywhere and become a resident of Malakal town. And it came to a few in 1978, 1974.
Abiel Shabaga Bitaka Chia week Shabagadu.
Actually, when
Abiel,
the first one to contest with yeah.
Microphone is not good.
Which
Your mic.
I Shabaga Lugata.
Yeah, your mic is not good.
Could you know coach one, a lot of
Shabaga, I can't mic in.
I don't know.
yeah,
Sometimes you bang away time. I don't know why, but it's called you call it. Even though I'm very good.
You know, Shabaga, you know,
go ahead.
Interruption, yeah. I think you know, like in the interruption.
Yeah. So we came. The first son of Shuluk that contested the election in Malakal was Joshua Okaji, and contest with the Jieeng Padang, which is Ngok in that local area. It shows also that Malakal by that time was habited mostly by Dinka, Ngok, and Dongjol in the area. And I'm going to talk about 1956. 1956 election. 1956 election divided that is written in Arabic. I did not send it to you guys. I think I sent it last night. But for those who continue to understand Arabic, it talks mostly about the administrative area of this border, which is the riding. The riding of Shilluk was number 91. That is Kodok. Kodok was Shilluk administrative by that time. And writing number 92 was actually these two communities, Malakal and Rang, were combined as riding 92, which is mostly geographically constituency number 92, and was habited by Jieeng Padang, which is Malakal and Rang. It shows in those documents that Shilluk actually resided in Kodok. And Kodok were the area that they could contest election and where they usually come out as because of the area. So when we talk about the historical background between these two communities, we are not saying that as a South Sudanese, Jieeng Padang has never said that as South Sudanese, you cannot live anywhere that fit for you to live. This is your democratic right as a South Sudanese. You can live in Malakal, you can live anywhere. Now people are living in Malakal and Rang, in Malut, and also in other part of South Sudan. That is your right. Is let the ancestors land, the land ownership be given to that community. That community in which it say that the land belongs to the community. That is the South Sudan Constitution. It say the land belongs to the community. And if the land belongs to the community, we have never said that we're going to be chasing those who are living in Malakal or wherever you can live. You can live, but it does not give you the rightful ownership of the land. It's something that people have to understand. When Dr. Garang issued those counties, some people have seen Jieeng Padang came out swiftly by that time and confronted Dr. Garang that what you have done was not right. You have no authority to actually to give the land out to other communities. So it is not just that we are talking about why we say that we have been speaking about it before. Since Garang was made that mistake, our community have confronted him, our community have talked about it, and he came to understand. And I think last week, one of you may have witnessed that the Padang conference that was held in Upper Nile State, Garang actually was called by late Judge Athor that why did you, because our elders questioned him, why did Garang actually make that grave mistake to create counties in Eastern Bank of the land belonged to the which is the land belonged to the Jieeng Padang and give it to Chola. So Dr. Garang said that I did not do that. It was just a way of bringing those of the Dr. Lema call back to the movement, is a way of appeasing them. But I was not giving out your land to them. So it's what they have understood, and he came to know that he had made a mistake. It was a mistake by then, and it continues to be a mistake now. So you cannot be using, and that's what I can see in the media. Some of the Shala are using this letter as a mean to prove that the land belongs to them because Dr. Garang give them that counties in the eastern bank of the Nile. And if you can ask yourself, so where did Garang take the land from to give it to Shilluk? That means it was belonged to other people, and authority to give the land out to other communities. So it is something that we condemn by then, and we continue to condemn it now. So this is what we can talk about it, because something there in the historical, and there's a lot of documents that are continue to appear. Even during the TBC, the Technical Boundary Commission that was formed, of course, something that also should be understood that they went on their own way to do their own research, and they came to the conclusion that the issue of the land, the issue of these two communities, is not actually ethical, but it is political. It is political, and Lemakol have used this as the tool, a political tool to rally their own communities, that the child land has been taken from them, or this land is belong. The paper titled Historical Background of Cholo, the historical background of Cholo. I think my network continues to be very weak. I don't know.
Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi, while cell phone, you bit about to disconnect, Wi-Fi, to a problem while seller. Allocate.
Yeah, Wi-Fi at home, so on the laptop.
Yeah, so Wi-Fi, we already can cell phone interrupted, and cell phone and we will computer. But a problem, but the little bang or cutting board disconnect when you're being a connect. I channel
cái lời đó cái ô của chết trước bố
Bujo ko je detail.
Ya ai lan da mana itok za to ya.
within 10 minutes we took so bill look back ka utara da ga nyuwa chin ke upload the reason thing one ka
Abial cha ko je ya.
abiela ko internet right
na ci president ban la tuen ba
Ka yo kana ma da.
ai
Ai ka yo ga Ban Wilson ga yo ka wan ke kier. I got the title of the book. I got a party in the lower community, right? Kene title of the book.
yeah
Aja ku jira ana gade bun kane e monya nyaga ne gaden wala mon chulu.
I think e ka waje ina gati lakini ci got ke ga bel ka tawtin yena bugja ci chuk
No, e monya nyaga era na nyaga either kene monya nyaga ke mon chulu ne gaden. The way I think in chanin the right of the book and kai got ten ke osa. Kai got a book that chok penita.
fa yena an bugja tija William Sunday alwela bug ngena taw juba man tin jamo ga yega so yena le bo jam yeji title bug ben Google tena bug yo online so
okay ke wi ban nyod we ke we Jieeng dai ban ke bang nyod no bun kene a ci kri ban a ci loyal tin ke ci bun ni Jieeng Padang god ene ci bun kene god exactly e is inside of the bank ke clan Jieeng ku luo wonen jala ci lu wan bi ke ma kal ga yok Jieeng ten ya to we bun kene ye no ba nyod karan ki kene e title of the book e nyod we ga ba ne ke we yen ke ga de sam par gwa pi karan ke dom ne
like 2
the
pages
Gilo and Nikango separated. You see, aja quit the ban and queen, just by new way can.
kwen go pa chan bu pinga bu ko jala yo pet page ken wi ben second
Yeah, aja got a Gilo and Nikango, who remained behind after the King Demo departed also separately.
ete one dagen new thing
Yes. And then the party legend explained that it was the sudden departure of King Demo that had frustrated his subject and created division among the Luo. When Nikango felt that many people had hated him for the plight of Demo, he decided to abandon the settlement and with a few followers moved northward toward the Key River. The Genban Apana Laka moving northward, that means they were from the south. Achanin Luo Kagala migrate from Barkadal, Jake Nim Chok south.
no
Jake Ruben Wijit and Pinanyaku and Jake Louis migrate northward. And Jala Penita Jien. He passed through the Dinka and Nuer villages, and these people joined and swelled the group as they moved further, following the river Kir. His group encountered the Fun people of Malakal region. The two group clashes, and the Chiluk warrior defeated the Fun, conquering their land and forcing them to move further northward. After the fight, a sizable number of Pun people surrendered and became part of the Cholo. So the Chiluk then took over a strip of land, mainly on the left bank of the river Nile. Left bank in the western
in a
bank.
west
Yeah. Which begin from Wajo in the south to Kaka in the north.
yeah pro
While
one
the Shuk own the land east of Kaka or what you got a
aga ni go ahead
yeah, the eastern part belong to the Dinka of Padang. The Dinka village, however, were built far from the river. This enabled the Chiluk people cross over to the eastern side of the Nile, and in an empty area they settled. Chakping and Chak Dairy Jensen.
yep
Eastern part of the Nile, kene pin the Jieeng. Ku Jieeng ke jo yiga mecha ngeki Jieeng ache yiga we to kana we chan wede mosquito ko cham. Ku Jieeng man to wone ko ja wet. But in ke ya to wone ya wet area ke. Wetland ne ya ke ya to. Ye ke jo ben Chieng Moi. So the Cholo also occupy since all time the lower Asulpi or Soba River. Chiluk village are to be found also in the right bank of the Key River, nearly the whole length of the Pulsi Cholo. In some part, especially around Makal and the mouth of Atar, large villages are well established, while others where villages are built
or again abandon it according to the political atmosphere, according to the friendly or unfriendly relation holding at the time between the Cholo on the one side and the Nas in the south, or the Jiang Atau in the east and north on the other side, who are the masters of the who are the masters of the county, but generally only at a certain distance from the Nile. Such we less temporarily settle are established by individuals who are out in search of new land or cultivation, and are generally named after the original village on the opposite of the left bank. Chakting Manaka Yemen, in other words, Chiluk settlement south of Malakal towns such as Tunja, Ogot, Pakwar, Nilwal, including Anagbiar in the east, were additional land taken from the other tribes. Can you think, man? Who are the other tribes? She would be also can she would be loyal, but then a Dinka. It should be noted that the Chiluk warriors did not stop their march after occupying this land. They continued their march northward, building and living village along the Nile. The town of Kosti, Rabak, Kawa, Jizira, Aba, Al-Aldim, now belonging to Sudan, were one Chiluk village. Let me go to the map. I don't know if the arrow again thing. Can you see the arrow?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the northern Bargadal here. Northern Bargadal, NK Louis, and Louis Luo and Louis migrate. So all the Luo migrated from here. You see the arrow here? This arrow indicate the direction of the movement. So the other one migrate this way. The one that come to Uganda. The one that migrate toward Uganda is the one that end up somewhere in Uganda, and then some in somewhere in Kenya. And then the rest of the Luo migrate this way to the land of Anuak. And then they were actually migrating from here, from the Anuak area, all the way northward, coming to the area of the Dinka, you know. So this is how they conquered the Pun. Pun keneke mabani ke kichol Pun. And then all the way Jieeng man yo. Can you think man? So keneke knew the migration route or route, and the migration then look at migrate from here. I thought they were actually following the Nile River, but they came this way, and then they came and debated their direction. Uja gurum le ni jeven jakane la Uganda kula kane Kenya. Uja kane je jalle je dung nyalale. Ina de jeke ka choli ben wane ne. Ku jachuluk jeke ben jalane. Jeke ben ne ka ganyak. Then jeke ben kaya kane nga de kuni digilo kane. Ini ye king of the nyak. Ujala king yikango. Inki jala king ni chuluk kwat cake by the time. Ina chike jo ben kaya ten lang ne demo area. Ma demo lang den ganyak. On chike ja ben kaya ten. Kena chi chuluk kingdom ina chike jo jal nyikango. Je nyikango je ke wan. Je ke ga kwan we ko so ba den ja ka ba kwan ki ko. Until bi ke jo ben ba ku je ke tem. Je ke ben ke je jeng ben nyot on the western side of the Nile River. Okay, so ba ke ba kwan ki ko de. So ka yu ke ne ke nyot we go ginubi ne chan ba de ginu. The migratory route of the Luo in the Sudan. A map can be very important, but book Luo and large. So can I yekulu? I and McCoy 10 ban Wilson.
Ja wrap up conclusion wo bujal daman kala Daniel.
No, yan and be quite ten. I can long way read them and yan over Louis Rabab Lan Dom and Louis de Cavana things that. Payan, I don't have no another topic, but you know, book Tioba or book thing. The another day we walk back alive within before Saturday. Ko yala bada book job and loyal third pa. Yana McCoy
chapter 1, only chapter 1 going to your college. So chapter 2, take down video goal next Saturday. Right?
Then kairo teme adang tek to buga war ko book record de lakini I see quite ko liu ki za to kana chu ke yu chi lu involve in an book ek bai adang so adi ko book lo next week.
Chokran. Abiel, any comment? But you actually need to answer. What have up?
I think about well, I don't know. My job at Chopin and Miami was good that the two goal in gonna book job at all, and hopefully by that time I can have a queen. Kichila Bakal got letter there. The initial historical background of Chol. It's very important. We should look at the quite long year. I got a year no. I think it was 15 to 1600. Shilu Kachik Temshan, Big Ben job that is. But they were met with the fierce fighting, which abandoned for good. And so which is mean they were coming from the West Bank, trying to come to the East Bank by force. But they were met with the fighting. Bell Taban, which is mean Jieeng already. So which Kennebarao had the mission in West Bank of the Nile, the quest of coming to the east, Chibonle abandoned one chick went Yamatong. Can you Kabal Queen, Babajabe Queen next time properly?
Pa Wilton na chen ka balwel ka wok bul tiyo ka ya chen dang ba be kwen.
No, watching the Balwell Woo, next week. I think we did a great job. Chapter 1, Chuk Wendy, Wok Chi Main for and Chuk liberated a little bit. Actually, be a full lakin is our capacity. Yini Daniel, Yum Lad Ben, Kuleurat, Fanana Kobaga contact from this Yum Lad. A big available Yum Lad Ben, the book, Bebe, Karang.
When I yom lad ben nek.
Chemiak.
La next week,
Okay.
And next weeks. Panel baby when be entertainment. In a case Martin will be continue to chapter 2 next week. To attempting another political thing to work be attempting within coming weeks. Over chapter 2. If there is any thing coming up, we will address to fire you go ran wanarang ba lui follow up. Tikena gam you must be do ben kan. Lubuk you telepon di ben jam karang kaya ni kita mat tinggal we tak
Te chen ai te allo ba jam ba ye de chen en gam ai daman the daytime weekday a little bit late ka chen mi kala allo below ke cho time lakina chi already weekend anyway, so it's okay.
Now weekday kan duglo yin ya lui sakam le sakam.
No, yeah, na budug loy. I think next week you afternoon I'm free after 3.
Oh, after 3.
Okay, but Martin Kia, in Banya Biel Kuja Wilton. Any development, you know, which would I respond within a weekdays, Yakero Loitin. She would be Daman Biala, a Daman Jong Nimla, Chagaman Indo, the Louis Wako. The Calabulo, Yim Yakaten, Loigo, I said the rule because Victor anyway. A keen a long joking, Karang, the Koyong or get better die, Hulawi. So can I be their way, a chan make it ben Biala smoothly. Now let Ben Wiggin, Keke and a Kertari and a bong or Queen could be. A chan be you look being you know only Tariak could be Jing, you know, get Tariak. Jin Maneki lawyer call like a preliminary introduction. Go full detail a big ben. Kukwanogan Queen, choking your toll Quanamiak, could they historian, well, scholars, Jieeng Padang, talk with their uncovered law bill. Be there, couldn't be your Ben Queen orally, can we present Yenam? Kekaneke welcome. Lakin ali uki kala ka buga ko en bugu kulel ku brana ben biya chat nkira ben biya ko kwende so kan ga yo ga digi ya lakin ngo ko lu follow up kra administrative area ku wala kre peace proposed political conference ngene position na cha lwelun gula ya kulelu la o ko ki jay do lakin yinu ku mo bata jinu Sudan including the opposition ben ko kulele yen do ra chu gambu nyu fen ci kingdom apia dia on nyu penye kek lakini chin ga wuji gibilat kok kwa administrative area wi dot ku ye no wuji do ku do dano ku wuji che do blo e bi ko la mani ku jal kala ruru la kwen a chin kala kwen tin other than ke for photo lun te bi endorsement lo de Johnson lon ku jala ka kok en bi ke kanat bi ke ko fa man ke ga bo ayo ke ga bo other political parties ku ke ga lat position ga pana ala bana le ke dominate ku ba de na bi chuluk da na bi njola ye credit e kere pen so ka ke ga yo ka jai yin Padang ko bu ngor ki jam ni ci wa yi ga administrative area ke ngo ye plan B ko ngo plan C so ni jam la tin ku ka ko bu ko jam tel conference ya tu ke ko bala ton we ku yan je ko jiten
kana bu ko ke ya kici lu la chu ci agree last time you de ke ci ratem wadera law nam ke ci lui alle bag lo ala live in working day so kana e very clear benya biel tu mungkin weekend beban kana di lui tel conference misa I am checking now ko tel conference ya chikram so I can check this time it may be good so by next week we will build the tel conference Saturday 10 wako time book da ko ay ne kalo raga ken ka yena yo ci tok Daniel ay di de bag ja taw
jokoro nay
they didn't do 10 bilulu
he ka ken taw ne be ka ko
bilu ka kan bande yo be yidi ci ka je ja be ce lui ma ci top jam ka
no ade mata jun ci la ga yin le so fo di de comment in fa ni junu tan ci de fo sa a chan ci gak de ko ci biya kan a ce ake masa ti gon ke yan en fo lon le ki yo be ka ko ni kan
to na ma go janin ka bo ura de put hambo tong un le je ba nga ya ga nu to bi hatu ngai ne di na ku wa da ga chi tyop cham gol da me gyang da bi ura ye u chi pe to la tyop yo ryo ga bi tyang riam bi ko tang da ku ya go wo bian bu ni chen ngai ta ina chol deng de to ba jam ri nge di no ko nye jung en ter deng tim ko riam par bi ga ye na ba we ra ngong den chui ba lo ga tong a pyo mun di de bu nya sal ni ka barak deng ka ma fi ka la ma lwa da ga le ba kwa na ya yam gutim in ki pi de wai to ga ne de bi wa ura de bi wa chwe man de bi unde po ga yi to na ma go janin ka bo ura de pi hammo trong a din le je ba nga ya ga nu to bi hatu ngai na din na ku wa da ma chi tyop jam gol da me jwan da bi ura ye u chi pe to la tyop yo ryo ga bi tyang riam bi ko tang da ku ya go wo bion bu ni chen ngai to ina cha la meng de to ba jam ri ngi din ko nya jung en ter deng tim ko riam par bi de ya na ba we ra ngong den chui ba lo ga tong a pyo mun di de bu nya sal ni ka barak den ka ma fi ka la ma lwa da gele ba kwa na ya yam gutim ni ki pi wai to gane tul ki awarwa bu ki u ni yang da gwer wo wer ti ba ya ma go chwo nyol ko gum de ma ya chu ke fu nga yo da e chung na la ro won bi wo tang da nu kwel ba ryo ya de ku nu gare ding da bi do wo nim twen ko wa nga wer wie ku we ti chi gele ka tong ma taw garo wo nim twen Pira ne yang ala ku bayala be attack de kira iban haru de gala de mi ga de ngawanga ra kirfola wala bu kwa da premu wanga wai to wa kwega ban tule ga wani ga to ka wai jur ba jamo kuru de na kwat bi baran dira wo ga ma buin ma loy loydu de da myal a kwega de da myal wanga dang ba ku yamba lo anaran
we coi cuốn we die with the we check late ko ranaban we chuke late already thank you for watching ko thank you for coming joining us Jieeng Padang media work chất thiếu chala ba wo ba lối ta ba weekend ko weekday nan bo ba live pa rana we check late already ko nyali ke we chala book ba live e zaman kana ko ja information chira ni na yok baga thoi wo cha no ka da wo cái information no ko already karana we check le already ko wo bo ko yeten wo jo ba yo weekend or weekday rana ben you have a good night pa yanan belui close wet ko an ka daman dai jo to ya wala we di bilu